Boom! Welcome to episode number 3 of Within the Ring of Fire. Watch us build this small town into the power of opiates as I crush the hopes and dreams of all the other would-be catalysts and prove once and for all the might of dreams. Stay tuned, you be dreaming yourself to RPG Majesty as the ephemeral space connects into the ethereal aspect of your mind and within the Ring of Fire. And if you haven't picked up, you're within the Ring of Fire.
Episode number 3.
You're within the Ring of Fire. There we go. And I was saying it. It was so nice, baby. I was saying it twice. And if you haven't picked up your Within the Ring of Fire books, get them on physical copy, hardback, softback, PDF, and combinations thereof on drivethrurpg.com. You can also hit me up on Anderwood on Facebook or on my YouTube channel, which sometimes can be a little harder. If I don't see it the first time, just keep trying. I'm not ignoring you. And you can get physical. You can get PDF bundle deals. You can get every PDF that has ever been released and will ever be released for Within the Ring of Fire for only $75. The best bargain in RPGs. There are 5 of them out now. You also get some bonus extras beyond that, and you will get your stuff before anyone else. You go right on a list. Bing, bang, boom. You get your stuff first, and you can get the access that you want to Within the Ring of Fire, speed access to Within the Ring of Fire. Come join us on Raw Immersive Games, the forum on Facebook, and you can ask your questions. You can find live plays. You can even find local games. You can find out more about what's coming up for Within the Ring of Fire. Special sneak peeks are posted on there quite often, as well as free gaming content is on there from time to time, and you can find and chat about Within the Ring of Fire. Really anything RPG related, or hell, just talk to people. It don't really matter to me. I don't really give a damn. As long as people are having a good time, baby, and we have a great community there, 1,000 strong, and we'd love to add you to the mix. So, and to everyone who has purchased Within the Ring of Fire, a big thank you for joining the RPG revolution. And if you haven't, step up and swing your axe with great zeal. Join the Barbarian Horde. Join the RPG revolution. Join RPG royalty and play Within the Ring of Fire. And I'm going to turn it over now to our Ferrum Flame Tender, the gorgeous one, gorgeous George himself, straight out of Germany. He doesn't give a fuck about what you think about that, but he's going to bring us to those esoteric heights of imagination, baby. Take it away, episode number 3.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the 3rd edition of Through Reason or by Force. The king is dead. Long live the king. Or so they say. The body of Argrun, the great ogre, the king, the new crowned king of Argonach, is barely cold. As Cade, a entrepreneur, a businessman of some esteem, just comes home after a long and tiresome journey he had to make back in his textile mill, where he put all his hopes and dreams, and where he stores his future. It is in these magical hours of twilight, just before dawn but still night, and those ever-watchful, all-knowing eyes of Ahriman are still gazing down on Kvegathale, carefully noticing everything and everyone. He just stepped down into his office, put his things away, and has a moment of peace. There's a knock on his door. Sir?
Enter.
The door opens, and one of his servants stands in the door. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, sir, but there's someone to see you. He says it's urgent.
Alright. Whatever it is, it can't wait until the morning. Tomorrow.
He said he has some very ill news. And a proposition, sir. I can send him away if you want to.
No. Send him in.
Very well. He closed the door. And about a minute later, it opens again. And a young man in the mid-20s steps in. Beautiful face, almost like a master craftsman hewn it out of marble. And he smiles, he steps in, he nods his head. I'm sorry that I have to disturb you. I don't know if you know me, he says with a smile. I'm Cosmo. Cosmo Consolo. I own the tavern in town.
Yes, I think I've heard your name from time to time.
Ah, I figured. I don't want to steal too much of your time, but he looks around. May I sit?
By all means.
Ah, great. He takes off his heavy coat, what protects him from the cold of night, puts it over the chair, and sits down. You see, I haven't seen you at the feast, and I don't know what you heard so far, but things are gonna change.
No, I was unable to attend. I was distracted with other business, important matters elsewhere.
Oh, right, I understand, of course, but, that's what I'm here. You see, you know the great, that really big, tall ogre, the blue one, the loud priest.
Carreo, yes, I do know him.
He pulled a little stun on us, and he crowned Argrun a king.
Yes, that was to be expected.
Quite successful. All the ogres were joyous to see that, and everyone was talking about what's the new king gonna do. And then he died.
The king is dead.
I'm afraid it is so, he says. And he leans back, and there's a certain smile on his face.
What happened? Was he assassinated?
Well,
Has there been conflict?
Karail seems to think he was assassinated. All he screamed was murder and pay and vengeance, I believe. He, the king, wanted to speak a toast, and then he dropped on the floor. He shivered, and his muscles cramped, and he spewed forth some vile black goo. Then it was all over.
Poison.
That would be my first guess, too. I don't have to tell you I didn't drink any more of that wine.
Out of character, is this just like the next day from the feast?
Oh, it's like still the very night.
Oh, okay. Tell me, has there been violence in the town yet?
Not yet, but I can smell it coming.
Yes, I'm sure everyone can. The vultures are probably already circling.
Oh, you haven't seen the parade Argrun made when he came back from plundering. 5 chests full of treasure, and I think 3 dozen slaves he brought with him. And everyone wants a piece of it. Now that the king's dead, what's gonna happen to his crown? Everyone.
Has anyone challenged Conrail yet? Has he the
No.
presumed authority in town?
No, he was, thankfully, it wasn't that quick. The siren, Atlana, she called for some sort of meeting, tomorrow. The respectable people of town can come together and talk things out like civilized folk, I presume.
Tell me, what brought you here? We've never spoken before.
No, we haven't, but I have heard of you. You see, I know how this is going to end. There's going to be a lot of factions that are at risk to lose or gain a lot. And there's going to be violence, and I hate that. And I want our people to have a place in this new town. I don't want the ogres stepping over us, smashing our heads with their big fists. I don't want that.
I agree, and I'm not going to let that happen, and neither are you.
And that's what I'm here for.
And likewise, I don't want to be stepping on the bodies of non-humans. Peace is my goal. Is peace your goal, or is profit your goal?
Peace is good for business, for me.
I agree. Peace and profit are not always at odds.
I would say so.
There are others here. I can't say that I blame them, but would like to see the Farum ousted from their town, gone. I fear I may have stoked those flames within the last few days myself.
Really?
But I have worked with Farum builders. They're skilled craftsmen.
Very handy folk.
And this town is so small, barely hanging on by a thread. I can't imagine we'd survive if their numbers were to leave or to be killed.
No.
This is a very dangerous situation, you understand?
Oh, don't be distracted by my jovial attitude. I am very well aware what danger we are in, but I also see an opportunity when it arises, good sir.
Go on.
I have a friend. This friend, much like you, is interested in stability and peace and profit. He has an idea how things could be done, how we could come to an agreement with the Siren and the Farum and the Ogres without there needing to be a bloodbath. The bad thing is he wants to have a say in the future, in the affairs of the town, and we are supposed to help him get that.
Who is this man?
I wouldn't call him a man per se, more like a snake.
A Typhon.
Exactly.
Is this Typhon the one who goes by the name Slachta?
Very good, sir. Very
The
good.
slave.
I think he sells many things, but yeah, also slaves. I find he has influence. He has a lot of money, and a lot of people owe him. Having him on our side would be a good thing.
Yes, and owing him anything may be quite a dangerous proposition.
Also true, but one has to spend money to make money, isn't that right?
It's true. If there's no town to defend, it won't matter if we're in his debt or not.
Exactly. Also, we have the numbers. There are a lot more humans here than there are Typhon. If this comes down to voting, I suppose.
That's true, but I've heard rumors of this one. He may command more than just numbers. Powers that I do not wish to trifle with.
Oh.
Powers that are to be taken seriously. Powers that have the ability and magnitude to bring a settlement like this to its knees.
I'm just a humble innkeeper. I have no knowledge of such hidden powers. I heard rumors, though, of course. But wouldn't that also make a powerful ally? What makes a powerful adversary?
Cade seems kind of lost for a moment as he's staring out in memory. Excuse me, let me mute some stuff.
Worry about it.
The idea of harnessing these powers is quite unsettling to Cade. When does Slachta propose to meet? And who else have you spoken with already?
Me? With no one. You are the only one I can trust with such information. We have few allies, and we have even fewer numbers by now. He waits in my tavern at the moment. We wanted a place that is safe, where I know ears will not listen and eyes will not watch.
All right. I'm going to need a few moments to prepare.
Very well. I knew you would see reason. He stands up, gets his coat. I will wait outside.
I immediately reach into my desk and get a few sheets of paper and begin very, very quickly writing some letters, um, assuring those who are backing me that whatever news reaches them, peace and stability is the order of the day in town. There is nothing to fear. And I quickly seal these letters and hand them off to my staff and tell them that they need to be delivered as soon as possible.
They nod, of course. They seem a bit confused. So you just arrived. Are you leaving already?
Yes, I will be back tomorrow, maybe the next day.
Very
Keep
well.
everything in order. If you have any questions, speak with Jonathan. I've given him instructions on the logging operations that need to continue. Secondly, if I'm not back within a few days, I need you to start clearing the road. We need to even that out to have quicker access to the town that's costing us time and money.
Of course, sir.
Take whatever resources you need to accomplish this task.
They nod. Safe travel, sir.
With that, I grab a couple of provisions for something to eat on the way to town. I'm already very tired, bags under my eyes, and remind me of this Ember's name.
Cosmo.
Cosmo. Okay.
His name is Cosmo Consular.
And I'm going to step out of my office and approach him and say, "Take me to him."
I will. That's not far. He leads you out, and you have to walk the short distance from the textile mill up to Argonar. And sadly, you're exposed to these hungry twin moons that circle, that see everything. You pass the palisade that is the small city wall of Argonar. It is a city that is still sleeping, but you can see lights in almost every house. Everyone is awake, everyone is talking about what happened. News travels fast. And finally, you come to this tavern. Quite a big building for this city. Has 2 stories. He leads you in, and immediately, in the Hanged Man, which is the name of this establishment, you have this. You can smell the food. You can smell the wine, but you can also smell the sweat that just hangs in the air and never fully goes away. It is a tavern for simple people with simple pleasures in mind. Welcome, my friend, to my humble establishment. Can I get you anything?
Water, please.
Water it is. Right this way, right this way. He calls one of his servant girls to bring him a good pint of water. Now, we will go downstairs. You can count yourself lucky, actually. Not everyone is allowed downstairs. It is for more special client. Please. And he leads you to the very end of the room where a staircase goes down and down. They stop in front of a huge door, hard wood, hewn with iron to enforce it. And he gets out a huge iron key from his bag. And you can hear the lock go as he opens it, pushes it, and lets you enter. The room downstairs you find is a lot less welcoming. The walls have no tapestry on them, no painting. You don't have the this warm feel of fire, and wine,
I
stars.
actually,
Go ahead.
I'm actually more comfortable here. Um, I'm still on edge meeting with this serpent, but the kind of darkness and underground is almost a bit of a comfort to me.
The door closes behind you. Well, may I take your coat? Please, please sit.
I
Feel
prefer
better.
not. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay here.
Oh, very well. I will get our friend. 1 second. And he leaves you in this relatively big room. You see a couple of desks and chairs. It's all very botanic. Only a few seconds later, you can hear this footsteps and this typhon slithering into the room. He almost mixes with the shadows and the darkness and his quite dark scales. You can see his many golden and silver rings on his fingers that he likes to display as he comes closer. You can see his slithering tongue leaving his mouth as he smells the air around him.
And I'll stand to greet him.
My friend Slachter Kate Kyle, a respected member of our community. And the Slachter bows his head before you, quite deeply in fact. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
A pleasure.
I am sure. I am very sorry that we have to meet under such circumstances in the middle of the night, but destiny forces our hands, I'm afraid.
It often does.
Quite so.
Were you at the banquet when it happened?
I was indeed. It was, I have to say, quite surprising. Who would think a king newly crowned and he leaves his throne empty after just a couple of hours?
Whoever did this is playing a very dangerous game.
Ah,
Unpredictable game.
and still I feel he did us a service. I don't know about you, my friend, but I'm always wary of tyrants and autocrats.
It appears to me that most of the voice of justice and law laid in the hands of Karael, not the king.
Yeah, it is usually the one who puts the crown on a head that is the more important figure than whatever head wears the crown.
Do you have any theories as to who may have carried out this attack, this assassination?
I had a suspicion for a moment, but I see no way such a powerful spell could have been cast by the siren. I have to say, she's a weird creature of the sea.
You're certain that it was sorcery?
Certain? No. Suspicions I have, yes. It was the most horrific sight. He was spewing out his innards like they were liquefying within. And thus, I don't know what it was. I couldn't get a quite look, but I think it was an eel. Grew inside of him and reached out of its throat, landing on the floor until he was smashed by the orc. I have never seen such a spell nor ritual.
Well, let's get down to business. What are you proposing? I understand you want to see to the table when the dust clears.
Yes, indeed. What I have in mind for this city is simple. A council. The city should be ruled by the men who have invested interest in its success.
I agree.
Men who have invested hard-earned money and resources to make this place something. Men like us. A council of, let's say 5, maybe 7, an uneven number.
A good idea.
Thank you. The problem is I can already hear the ogres shouting in anger and rage as they usually do about usurping and people robbing them of their throne that they haven't earned. That is why I need your help.
What are you proposing?
My voice alone does not carry much weight. I don't know why, but people don't seem to trust Typhons. They do, however, respect you.
That is true. I do have some modicum of respect with the population here.
Indeed you have. I have not heard a single voice speak ill of you. My good friend Cosmo here assured me that if you speak out for my proposition, every human would follow your advice. What else would they do?
It's true, they are likely to do that. My father's father sits on a throne of divinity. My words will carry weight with them, but it's not the humans that you have to worry about. It's the ogres and the pharaoh.
Ogres.
Sirens, though I must admit I have not had many dealings with their kind in the past.
The ogres are troubling. What troubles me most is I fear that they might get into some frenzy and start smashing heads.
Some of them may try that, but if I can speak with Carrail, I believe we can come to an understanding. He seems to be a wise man and a fair man.
You put a lot of trust into this ogre. Someone who wants a king. I think his motivations are more to his divinity than to the settlement.
You're right. But without the settlement, his temple will have no one to fill its halls, no prayers to be heard by his god. His motivations, if you and I are correct, are towards opiate. That is something we know. Others will have other motivations, hidden motivations. Things out of our control.
That is true. His temple will require money to build. It will require workers to put stones upon stones until it reaches high into the sky. Do you think you can talk reason into the Blue One?
I believe I can. It may be difficult if he's still enraged, as I'm sure he is by the night's dealings. But I've dealt with him before.
Very well.
Ogres are often misunderstood. Yes, they indulge in violence, rape, and the eating of the flesh of men, something I find utterly disgusting.
It is very distasteful, I agree.
But they're also a deeply philosophical people. I've spoken with them many long nights in my past. They can see reason.
Good. Now the question is, does he have the support of all the ogres? Because I have my doubts when it comes to that.
That I do not know. But if he doesn't, there's not a hell of a lot we can do about that, no, is there?
I suppose not. Well, then there's only one question that we should at least have an idea what we want to do. What about the treasure?
The treasure, the booty that has been brought back from the latest raid. Is that what you were speaking of?
Exactly. I think this treasure would do very, very well if it flows back into the community.
Under your direction.
Under someone's direction. The ogres will hold it somewhere. They
They
will.
will. And they will defend it. And by right it is theirs. They did claim it in battle.
Argrun claimed it in battle. He has no successor.
Damn it. I take it the ogre will not be pleased to speak with you.
Argrun needed my advice from time to time when he was sober. Others, not so much.
But if I approach Carreo, should I do it alone or with you?
I would think that my involvement for now should stay between the two of us. Three of us.
I agree, but if pressed, I will tell him the truth. He is not a man to be trifled with.
No one
I will not make an enemy of him.
Oh, that would be very bad for the both of us. I now would not expect you to lie. That is not my dealings.
So, a council of 5 or a council of 7. Representatives from each of the different interests in town, divided along the lines of species.
Or money. You see,
Or
the
money.
Ferrum have a lot of number. But should they have 2 councilmen because of that? When they are among the poorest here? I don't think so. And I think neither do you.
I've lived in many cities in my day. And when the poor do not have any voice, no matter how trifling it is, they become angry and bitter. Have you ever been to Bale?
I've visited the great city in my time, yes.
Then you know the violence that lurks just beneath the surface, the resentment. Not undeserved, might I add.
But containable. But
I don't want to exchange this peace that we have a chance to establish for a bloodbath down the road.
that is a poor. That is a good argument. Very well. Let the Ferrum have their voice. I doubt they will use it to any good.
I share your feelings on that. I have no love for them. But they at least need that token, or there will be violence.
That is true. They're old. Their patriarch will die soon. He is old. His soul is about to leave his body. I can smell it. After that, they will have no leader, no voice, no influence, and it won't be our fault at all.
Agreed.
You see a smile on the face of the Typhon and the sharp teeth underneath. I am very glad you are a man of reason.
Anything else would be uncivilized.
Indeed.
I extend my hand to shake.
He reaches out with these 3 clawed fingers wrapping around yours, and it's cold as hell.
I still, the kind of hairs on my arm and my neck stand up as this happens, but I don't let this touch my face, remain stone still. I say, is there more to discuss here?
No. Get some sleep. You deserve it. I will take some preparations in the meantime.
Of course. I will see you tomorrow, I guess.
In the Great Hall, I presume.
Yes.
Very well. Please, Cosmo, would you lead our guest out? With that, the Typhon, he bows again before you. And Cosmo steps out of the shadows he's kept himself in for the meantime. Well, that went better than expected, didn't it?
Come, I suppose you have a room prepared for me.
Well, not yet, but give me 2 minutes, and you get the best room in the house. On the house.
No need to worry. Give me whatever room is available at the moment.
Oh,
I
no.
plan on sleeping a few hours.
Kate Kale will not sleep in the room I prepare for the dirty, filthy traveler firm. No. And he leads you upstairs. Wait a second. Runs up. And about 5 minutes later, he comes back. I have something for you. Please follow me.
I do.
He's almost excited as he leads up. You know, I've invested quite some money into this house, but this is my finest room. And he leads you all the way up to the highest door, to the very last room at a long hallway. And he opens it, and it's actually not too bad. You expected much worse in this inn. It's a quite big, nice bed, and you can see the nice feathers that fills the blanket. There's some tapestry on the wall depicting the story of Baal, as best as they can. They even have a little desk to it where you could do some desk work. And overall, you see the effort he put into this meager room. And still, all is with pride. Please, stay as long as you have to. As long as you can, you are my guest.
Thank you. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I've been traveling for a very long time and I need to get rest for tomorrow.
Oh, of course, I understand. I understand completely. He makes his way to the door. If there's anything, just shout, I will hear.
Of course.
And with that, he closes the door, and you're alone, all by yourself.
I'm going to go and just look out the window and kind of take in the sights of the town for a few moments. Breathe deeply and contemplate exactly how tenuous this situation is. Walking a tightrope. But that's always when I'm at my best. And I go to sleep.
Strom. While Kate thinks of the consequences of his new-made deal, his friendship and alliance, we shift our focus to Thorugh. He was there when the king fell, when he died in front of the entire crowd. But what does he do afterwards? The hall has been cleared by the ogres. They want no one inside. They want to mourn their king in peace and alone. But what does Thorugh do afterwards?
After this big commotion, the horrors that we've seen, Thorugh escorts the rest of his Ferumkin back to their neighborhood. He needs time to think about what's happening, the consequences, what he and his people might have to do to defend themselves from whoever might think to seize power.
This crowd of that was present and that you lead back to their quarters, They are in a mixture of shock and panic. You can see just the dazzled faces that just don't even know what just happened, and the others who are, oh my god, what are we gonna do? We lost our protection. Where's Erisud? And all of them turn to you and they bombard you with questions. What did that happen? How did that happen? Who did that? What are we gonna do? Who's gonna be the next king? Is there gonna be a next king?
Please, calm down. I don't think I could answer your questions in any time. If it were up to me and the rest of us, I assume there would be no other king. I don't have much respect for the ogres except for the fallen Arbrun. But I think it might be best if we do find Erisut and ask him. Where has he been? I've been looking for him for the better part of the last day. Does anyone know?
Everyone looks at his neighbor, all shake their head. I have not seen him. I don't know. The last time I saw him was 2 days ago.
Was he in the company of anyone? Did he say anything about leaving?
I wouldn't know.
Belleron, are you here?
Yes. The dwarf, the Ferrum makes his way through the crowd, shoving aside his neighbors. God.
Belleron, dear, I am hoping. Where do you think your grandfather might be?
She looks over her shoulder, looks at you. You should come with me. Let's bring these people home, and we better talk about this in private.
Okay. Everybody, please don't panic too much. We just need to take our rest, and once I have a chance to talk everything over with Erisut and Yoloth and anyone else who needs to weigh in, we'll have something. We'll find our way out of this.
The Ferrum finally make their way home, everyone with their own questions on their mind, doubts and fears, some maybe even hopes. And you are led back to the house of the Patriarch, where Belron turns around, looks at you. I might have bad news, even more so than what already happened, she says.
It says, is it Yoloth? Has his wounds gotten worse?
Oh no, he's actually doing quite well. He's recovering, but she opens the door. She hushes you in. Come on. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Okay.
My grandfather is, well, he's very sick, I fear. Think the cycles finally catch up with him.
Is he here then?
She nods. I'll take you to him.
Please, yes.
She leads you upstairs, and she's walking, almost sneaking, trying not to make a single sound as she takes the stairs. And she stops before the room of the Patriarch that has the most beautiful ornate door you've ever seen, with incredibly detailed carvings on it, depicting the history of your race, its rise and its fall. And very carefully she opens the door, and your view immediately falls on that bed, and you see almost a skeletal small creature in it, its face fallen in, its breath very flat on its chest, and you have to look twice to see the old Ferrum. Eyes closed, his blanket almost over to his head. And you can see the sweat on his forehead. And Barum looks in pain, destroyed almost.
How long has he been like this?
It started last night. He didn't feel too well. He said he needed to take a rest, and then the fever started. It's not life-threatening, but in his age, we don't.
Yes, in his age. But uh, judging by what we've seen this very night, tell me, is there anything you might have noticed that would lead us to believe that some darker forces were involved in this? Anything that might be related to Ogren's death?
Darker for no, I didn't think of that.
So this does seem natural. This is very important. We have to be sure.
Come in and be careful, please. I don't want to wake him. Examine him yourself if you want to. You step in. Oh.
Yeah, I bend down near him to take a closer look.
And you can see his visible pain. He's asleep, but you can see how he makes this grimace of pain once in a while, and the small pearls of sweat on his face, distorting the elaborate tattoos he has. And the skin it's so almost brittle and pale, and you can see the many cycles that this Ferrum has seen and lived through, all coming visibly now. She shakes her head. I don't know what to do.
Has he been conscious at all in the past 2 days?
Yeah, sometimes he wakes up and he asks for water and food and some more and more woods in the fire. He's not gone, but I don't know how long he has. Maybe, and she looks at you with a bit more hope in her eyes. Maybe your friend, this orc, knows counsel. He brought back Yoloth. Maybe he can bring back Attitude.
Perhaps. Unfortunately, it's much too late right now. He doesn't like guests when the twin moons are looking down on us. And I fear he might not be able to make the trip over there. We'd have to take the day tomorrow to maybe make a cart comfortable enough.
Can't he come here?
No, he's not usually one to leave his home, but I could ask it. Hopefully he would understand the urgency of the situation.
We could pay him.
With what little we have.
And my grandfather has some savings. And then she ponders on that. She looks over your shoulder, and you see her face go pale all of a sudden. And then, how did that get in here?
What do you say?
And as you turn, you see on a little desk with a few candles on it, 2 pearls in eye sockets looking straight at you on a golden sky of iron teeth, sitting there harmlessly, staring at the old, sick patriarch.
Chill runs straight down my spine.
I didn't put that here.
Then who did? I thought you wrapped it up.
I did! What?
Look at it here.
But who will save me? Must must have been one. Must have been someone else in the household. Maybe they thought it was a trinket. Yes, that must be it.
Well, I don't know this. I can't imagine who could look at this and think it would be appropriate to present to Arasut.
You know how they are. Sometimes they see something, with gold, and they think it's a charm.
It's the sort of simplicity that we don't need our everybody else to be seeing as us. We're not mindless fiends for gold,
Oh,
or at least we shouldn't be.
oh, I agree, but some of our people are. Like, I can't even look at that. And she runs
No,
over, and she just he pushes it away, and the skull falls on the ground, and rolls over the floor. Actually, it stands still. You're sitting there harmlessly.
I stand up and walk towards it and say, I don't feel comfortable with this being in the household anymore. I think I'll take it myself if I can dispose of it.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
I'd rather not touch it. Could you give me a cloth or anything to wrap it up in?
Yeah, of course. I'll be right back. She leaves the room, and as she steps out, it's almost like this relic is staring at you. Even from down below on the floor, it looks up at you, and its iron teeth are like a grin in this dim twilight. And you hear a whispering voice. Thorugh, is that you?
A warm smile comes over my face. Arasut, you're awake.
Seems I fell asleep for a moment. I'm sorry
how are
I
you?
can't greet you with the proper introductions, but I don't feel so well these nights.
No, of course, I understand. I have some news that might be troubling. I'm so sorry to burden you with this.
No,
Your condition.
help me sit up.
Yes, of course. Put some pillows behind him, help him up.
As you help him up, you feel that he is light. A lot lighter than you would expect. And and he touches his face, and his hand is so skinny you can see the bones underneath. So, what is this ill news you speak of?
It was the great feast. There was not so much. You know the big blue ogre, Karael. He followed through in what he's been saying and crowned Arduin.
A crown?
Yes, he officially declared Arduin to be our king.
Is that so?
However,
Hmm.
Arduin, he's dead.
You see bewilderment on his face and raises his eyebrows. Dead?
Yes. It seems to be some sort of poison or perhaps some sort of ill magic or mysticism. I don't know. I know very little of such things, but
Magic?
we don't come. It was horrible.
Oh, this is not good. This is very, very grave news you bring into my house.
My apologies, but I fear we might have to act quickly. There's I wouldn't be surprised if there might be violence soon amongst the ogres. That siren was even speaking up, and her beauty seems to be all superficial. I fear what's on the inside of that one.
Hmm. Well, the one advantage of being blind is that you cannot be fooled by appearance. I don't. What did the others say? How did they react? How,
Fear, panic, disgust.
hmm. Is there going to be a meeting? You said the siren spoke up. What did you say? Speak, boy.
I'm sorry. I'm such trouble. It's everything's been happening so fast. But I think that all the species plan on holding a meeting soon. Hopefully, we can settle the power relations in this town peacefully.
Um, moment, a moment. You can see wheels turning in this old skull of his. The ogres. Hmm. They will fight. It's their nature to fight. They take.
Yeah, so without
They take what they want.
Argur in there to hold them back. And it doesn't help that Argun came back with a large bounty. He's so many riches that I'm sure there'll be much violence over.
Why do these dark days have to be mine? Listen. We cannot allow them to take the treasure all for themselves, or not let our voice be heard. If there is a meeting, we must attend. We must make our cause. I know the ogres and I know those humans. They will try to step over us. They will try to ignore us.
Yes, especially the humans.
They will. They will. Such is their nature. Usurp us. All of them. Can't trust them. Nor should you.
No. I noticed that Cade was not at the great feast. I don't know if he's heard the news yet, but I think we should mostly fear his plans from here on out.
I can't imagine he hasn't heard. Such news must travel fast.
As I said, I don't know where he might be. With any luck, he's very far from here.
At this moment, Belram steps back into the room with a large blanket and a little chest in her hand, or more like a box. Grandfather, you awake? Yes, child. Thalagos was so nice to bring me the ill news of the evening. Would you mind give us a moment, dear? Oh, yeah, of course. And you can see she takes this vile thing from the floor, puts it in a wooden box with a great iron lock. She steps out, looks back over her shoulder again at you, at her grandfather, before she closes the door. Listen, I have I have an idea. We have nothing but numbers at the moment, nothing to offer, but we know something they do not. That quarry my son told us about. Do you remember?
Of course, I was already working on plans to maybe head out there and root out the Dukasit who are currently inhabiting it.
And we will do that. But when we make our voice heard tomorrow, we have to let them believe that we already have our hands on it. That we have something to bargain with.
What if they were to see for themselves? I would hope that we could.
Well, we will have to stop them from doing that, then, don't we?
Uh, yes, I can. I think I see how you mean.
You are a stonemason, are you not? You know the quality. You know how quarry works. You can convince them that you've seen it, that you know how it works. What stone is there? What quantities? Just make something up, my friend.
Okay. I remember. Yolos didn't get to tell me much before he was no longer conscious, but I did see the material their Zucasit's arrows were made out of. The material seemed fine, although their blacksmithing skills are subpar at best.
Oh, say people, what do you expect?
Of course. But yes, I can lie in this matter, I suppose.
You will have to. Once the other ones, the other races find out, they will try and take it. They will take it from us, and we will never see a stone from it. Can't let that happen. And as he coughs, you see the pain on his face. I'm afraid the many cycles finally catch up with me. What a bad time this is.
Yes, I fear we need you now more than ever.
I'll try and stay alive as long as I can, until these things are sorted out at least. But we need... Oh, go ahead.
Do you think that you will be able to get around to... Do you think you'll be able to come join us in this meeting?
Well, I suppose if someone carries me there, I could.
Oh, yes, of course. I can immediately get to work on making you an appropriate cart that can lead you there.
Yes, that would be preferable. We also have to... we have to get our strongest young Thorugh together. Give them weapons of strong iron. Take
I have many.
Wars. Can no longer wait. Cannot wait.
Should we send them immediately?
I do not know. I do not know. So many questions. I feel like I have answers. They every time I want to grasp them, they slip out of my mind. I'm getting so forgetful these days.
Perhaps some more rest will help you.
Rest? Oh, yes. Yes, that would be preferable. I think rest is good. And he slides back under his blanket. Come back. Come back tomorrow. When I had rest, I will have answers.
Okay, I will, and I will have everything prepared to be able to move you around.
Yeah, move me around.
Now, I can make you a cart.
Ah, yes, a cart. I remember. I remember, he says. I do. And he closes his eyes. And you can see him drifting off back into the realm of dreams.
I stand up and touch him lightly on the shoulder, and try to give him whatever moral support I can as he rests, and if with any luck comes back stronger. Good night, dear friend. I'll see you in the morrow. I take the leave.
As you step outside, you see Baron waiting outside with that box in her hand. What did he say? How is he feeling?
He's still very tired.
Oh, I understand. What did he say? What are we gonna do?
We're going to have to, help him get around so that he can attend these meetings that I've heard about.
Okay.
If we band together and behind Ursut and argue, hopefully not fight, then we could carve out a better place for ourselves here in Arbonach.
Do you think he will make that? He already looks so frail when he stays in his bed.
He has to. I can't imagine what we'd do without him. Who else do we have to lead us?
She looks at you.
Oh, no, not me. I'm too young, too timid. No. That's perhaps when Yoloth gets better, he has the proper lineage.
Yolus has the intellect of a donkey. He has a good heart, right place. He knows he means well, but he is no leader. He has no ambition. People respect you, though. They don't respect Yoloth. They respect my grandfather, our grandfather. But not him.
Grandfather Ursut certainly does deserve our respect, and it's unfortunate that too many of our kind lack the ambition to lead. I'll have to think on it.
She nods. And she gives you a charming smile. You'll do the right thing. I'm sure of that.
Hope to know what the right thing is.
Maybe you will have them some help with that. In your dreams, maybe.
I don't need much sleep. The dreams seemed like too much a waste for me.
I understand.
This is good. I need more time.
Well, don't take too much time. We'll expect you tomorrow.
Yes, I'll be here in the morning, as early as I can.
Good. Oh, and she holds this box in her hands, kind of awkwardly. Could you? I really don't feel comfortable with this thing in the house.
No, it's okay. I reach over to take it, and as I do, my hands reach over on top of hers.
She doesn't pull her away. She actually holds it for a moment longer than she should. She almost looks a bit nervous. Is that a blush on her face? Who knows? Well, I will lead you out. I'm sure you need to get some rest. Well, what a night.
Yes, thank you.
And she walks you out. Well, good luck. You know,
And
Thank
please continue watching over our suits. If anything else happens, come to me immediately.
I will, promised. And she takes her leave, leads you out, closes this mighty door behind you, and you're in the streets of Argonaut all alone. The only one watching, the only one with you, are the twin moons, gazing down.
And this box whose contents are about as unsettling as that gaze. I make it back to my home in some haste.
You are not interrupted. The streets are empty, but you can see there's light in every house and every shag. Not many people will find sleep tonight.
No, and I can't blame them for their troubles. Erosith and I will have to see to it that their fears are unfounded.
What are you going to do with that box?
As I walk by thinking about what I might want to do with it, this box is... I have to at least keep it away from anybody who might think to move it again. Maybe I should just destroy it, dispose of it completely. Yeah, such a horrible thing shouldn't exist anyway. I could use the materials in some of my work. Yes, I'll smash it with my hammer and melt it down in my forge.
Okay. As you take the skull out of the box, and as you touch it, it feels very cold. You have the shiver on your arm as you touch it. And you take your hammer and you smash it with all of your might. And you can hear it crack. But instead of shattering into 1,000 pieces, you just see a fine line, a fine crack on the top of its skull, splitting a fine plate of gold. This is way more resilient than you would have thought.
Oh. Yes, and as I brought my hammer down, I feel the pain jolting down on my elbow and shoulders, as I didn't expect this to put up such resistance. This thing's much stronger than I realized it might have been. Never worry, there's always a stronger tool for the job. At this point, I get out my warhammer, settle the skull on an anvil, and swing around my warhammer very, very competently, maybe surprisingly so to anybody who has seen Thorugh. He's not known as a fighter at all, but in the time that others sleep, you can find him here in his forge practicing. And then he takes that with the skull, with the savage overhand strike.
You swing, and this mighty head with such immense force comes crashing down on this object of distress. And now, much more than a fine crack, it shatters. A mighty blow just cracks a giant hole in the side of the skull. And as the bones crack and break, there's a chill air coming from it, sweeping through the entire room, creeping underneath your bones, making you shiver from the inside like the cold wind of winter. And it's almost like you can hear a whisper carried with it. You don't know what it says. You only feel threatened by it as the name it carries. A word, maybe a place. You only hear Rahu, Rahu, carried in the wind.
Oh, happy, glad to be done with this dreaded thing. I sweep up the pieces that are left over and deposit them, somewhere near the forge. I don't intend on using them for anything right now.
Very well. As you scrape together the pieces, they don't feel as heavy or sinister as they used to. They are just pieces of bones, and iron, and gold. Nothing special about them. They feel light. You scram them together, put them away wherever you want to. No problem in that.
And as I've done with that, I realize how tired I am. The events of this day have finally begun to catch up with me. I retire my warhammer and make my way back over towards my own bed. I'm hoping not to rest for too long. There's still important things to do.
Oh, your bed feels so soft right now. And you have no trouble and no problems falling asleep as just exhaustion overtakes you. And you finally get some rest. Around the same time, the Ferrum consulted the Patriarch. An orc was also present at the scene of death. He's seen the violence that was done to Argrun, the new king, but he could not save the ogre. He left the hall with the other guests, being kicked out by very angry and very frightened ogres. Cast into the night under the watchful eyes of Ahriman. What does he do after witnessing such horror?
I stand hunched over at an enormous 6'7", about 250 pounds, male orc with greenish brown skin. Show a picture here. Brown beady eyes under a protruded brow with a pair of tusks over a foot long jutting out of my mouth. I'm wearing a simple brown robe with a leather pack slung over my shoulder, simple leather sandals, and a leather-thonged necklace and bracelet around my right arm where dozens of dried brown and green leaves hang. I walk into my old Optalang. I have the long pale serpent thing that had came out of him. Put it into my pack. I gently pet the side of my Optalang and I say, Maholo Hua, name for old friend that I've given it, and go on top of the Optalang, make my way over to my homestead far away from this place of madness, thinking I must find out the meaning of this. Why was that ogre taken? Surely he's marked, dabbled into things he had not. Fool. These folk here, the blue one, I must not keep him waiting. I must keep him on my side. I must not be sectioned out here. I must always be. I see the looks they give me. At but a moment's notice they would turn against me. Hang me. I'll give them wine. I'll humble to them, grovel at their feet if it needs be, will not be taken under by. My work must be done. And we cut to me at the homestead. And over my shoulder, plop it down. The eel. Start taking out some wooden bowls. Start crushing some grain, some leaves, some crow feet, some other small talons of birds, petals of flowers. Start boiling a small fire. Boiling some of it, grinding some other bits of it down, making a fine soup. Taking some smaller, almost like tweezer-like bones, filed down very neatly, precisely, and start dissecting. There's an incision along the side of it. And I soon start dissecting this creature. The bile, the black bile I've also collected, I put it into a cut haft gourd that's held up in a little wooden, small like wooden holder. I just plopped it there. You know, I'm putting some other grains and senses and spices in there. And as I'm working, I'm most certainly trying to find what information I can about this eel. In my mind, I think that this is simply a curse by a imbecile ogre. But if there's any sort of roll or anything like that you'd like me to do, or further explain the scene.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what exactly I'm gonna let you roll now.
I do have a 14 apothecary, so with barber, so you know, I don't know if basically just sort of doing it.
Yeah, I can see different skills able to apply here. You could definitely roll apothecary or barber. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Just choose either one.
Yeah. Well, that's a 14, right? So I'll go and roll.
I imagine.
That'll be 11 now.
11.
I mean, 13.
Oh, 13, okay. Well, that's actually better. You work on this serpentine creature. Very soon you notice this is no snake. Snakes, they look different. They smell different. This is a creature of the sea. Something that lives in the water. You see that there's that goo that covers it. Some of it that is scooped up. It smells horrendous. Rotten. Like rotten vegetables. This creature is definitely young. Very, very young. But aside from that, it's hard to make out more. I mean, its head is smashed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But as I'm working it, I just nod, and worry begins to build up. For I'm not oblivious to what may happen to me if I don't come up with some proper answers. The blame quickly fall upon me. I must find more answers to. And then slowly, almost tiredly, my brow protruding, my little beady eyes looking. I kind of lean back a bit, looking at the wooden, primitive-looking wooden desk, with just the serpent just out there, bits of its blood on the wood. Some of the instruments. Take a deep breath in. And I cap the other half of the gourd, and I tie it off, holding that black liquid. And I take it all hunched over. I hang it onto one of the walls where there are several other rather odd-looking things. They're pieces of feathers, leaves, small animal bones, fangs, collarbones, rib bones. Other just bits that I hang up. Looks like simple, strange, orcish decoration. But I put it up there and I go outside again, at that threshold. Push open the door a bit, I look up at the moons.
And they look down at you.
Look at the darkness and just sort of take a moment and look at the beginning, the growing vineyard I have, and that lone dirt road that brings up to my homestead. Then I close the door and I get ready to retire, as I am quite late, and I've found out all that I can. This will have to do.
This will have to do indeed. You lay to rest. Dreams will not come this night. But you find some peace at least. There's another one though, where there's a vested interest to find out what happened to the great ogre, the king that was, and never will be again. Karael, the priest of Opiate. He sits in the great hall, mourning his king, alone by himself. He pondered in the dream last we saw him, trying to find answers, trying to find hints, clues on what happened to his king, to his chosen king. What will he do once he awakens from his meditation, once he's back in the flesh?
It doesn't take me very long to meditate. That's an all-far. It's going to be like less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unlike an ogre, I do meditate. I don't sleep. I stand in the hall. I suppose there are probably many sleeping, snoring ogres in here.
Yeah, well, most are sleeping, some are still awake. You can hear them whispering to each other. The others, you can hear their loud breath.
I probably stayed up later than most of those who had gone to sleep. So it's probably closer to dawn by the time I finish. I look down at each of them in turn. How many ogres are in here? How many ogres have a viable title, claim, a position that could be, that had a strong position? I remember there was the one that sat on his right-hand side, and
Exactly.
I'm going to need again.
Yes, the one on his right hand, his name is Svold.
Spell that.
I'm gonna Svolt.
Okay.
You know him as, well, you could say his lieutenant. He is probably his most capable warrior and raider. Very fearsome ogre if he wants to be, but also very loyal one as far as you know him. There's another one. There's Har.
How have he and I gotten along? Are we tight, or what's the?
Not really. You know him as a follower of Nick Nocthatch, the god of pirates and raiding. He always believed that Argonauts believe in opiate is a bit foolish, almost childish. He always saw you as a bad influence, but never openly disrespected you. He all just disagreed with you.
Okay. And who's the other ones?
The other one is Har. Har was something.
Spell it first.
Oh,
Let me.
Harr. Yeah.
Harr.
Yeah.
All right.
He was somewhat of a, well, I guess you could call it a steward, an accountant. He was always responsible for making sure every crew member got a fair share. He was also responsible for managing the treasures and the slaves, all that.
Now, do I know if the treasure that has been brought back has been divided amongst the shares have been given to the crew yet?
Absolutely not. It has not been touched yet.
Okay. So I'm gonna make some efforts on that behalf.
You also know that Svold and Har, they don't get along at all.
Let me make a note of that. All right, so I'm going to try to play these things to my advantage, but at the same time, I actually would prefer to bring both of them closer to me, one way or another. So basically, I take some funguses, some incense, and I put them into one of the copper resers, and I burn them, and I sit and continue to pray in my meditations, to pray to Opiate and saying, "Great Creator, please grant me the empathy to understand the situation that I am in, and not only the needs of myself, not only of your needs and the grandeur of your temple, but the needs, not the desires, but needs of those around me, those that will be affected by this situation, so that we may enter into prosperity and a kingdom in your name and making pleasure, that I might avoid the civil war that seems looming on the horizon between the Farum and the humans, so the ogres are not damaged, dealt with, and left dead by ensuing carnage. Well, that is our way, that is our rage of your son Moore, but it is not your way, and unto your way I post the aspect of my mind. Fill me with your ephemeral wisdom, my great liege of dreams, and I waft the smell, the sacrament and sacrifice to opiate into my nostrils, so I too may be filled with the smoke that ascends into that vaporous, the world of dreams, the dreams that are even now created by portals of those sleeping ogres snoring so close to me in the great chamber of our king, our groom. And basically, I'm probably whiling away the next quarter hour to hour as these individuals. I don't really care about all of them. Basically, I'm looking for Svolt and Har as I plan to speak with them directly upon both of them being awakened, not just one. I want to be seen as being very direct and forthright and honorable and honest. And I see there's a lot of things we need to do.
Did I get that right? You want to get them both together?
Yes. Oh, yes.
As you can almost see, you can almost feel the dreams, this energy leaving, mating from the sleeping ogres, almost like a faint shadow that you can step into. After a while, make your way, looking for Svold, looking for Har. You can actually find them both already together in a back room where the ogre, the Great One, used to make his rest. And you find them, you can hear them through the walls. You can hear them arguing. They try to lower their voices, but you can already feel, you can hear, you can feel the tense atmosphere that's building.
The wrath in me spikes as I initially think they're attempting to exclude me, to push me out, and to grab all power, potency, and wealth for themselves, for their own pitiful, mentally incompetent agendas. And I become murderous for a moment, but feel myself with the calmness of meditation, battling against my own innate ogreisms, and the sweat that begins to form on my blue brow I begin to wipe away as it cools, as my body cools, as the heat from it dies down, and I focus in on my love for my people, and my love for other things, and with a slight romantic twitch that's formed in me for someone else that is blue, deep down in the ocean. I think of just different things, and they spin in my mind as the chaos slowly cools. As I just open the door, there would be no subtlety there. I see.
You storm in.
Your conversation without me. Please, I have words to break upon both your ears.
You can see Svold towering hard by a good feet. He has him by the shoulder. He has grabbed the shoulder. He's close in his face. He's snarling in his teeth. Svold he's a big ogre. He's huge. He's strong. His muscles are plentiful. You see many scars of battle on his body, and he wears them proud. Har, on the other hand, is almost a bit skinny for an ogre. I mean, he's still an imposing creature. He is an ogre after all. But you can see someone who makes his living not by fighting, but by counting.
Both of you, come with me, please. I want to show you something before you try to rip each other limb from limb.
What is there that you could show us, priest? Svold says, sneering almost. He is still at the brink of giving in.
Sneer if you will, but come and look and see. And when you look at it, and I tell you what it is, see if you continue to sneer at me. Grant me your attentions, the both of you. I come in respect for your wishes as to what we must do now that the pink rose light of that succubus graces our horizon.
Har is the first to answer. Our groom trusted your advice. I shall do so until you prove me wrong.
I turn and walk out of the room, waiting, expecting them to follow me.
Har is the first to follow your steps, and Svold follows closely after.
I walk up to the front door and I open it just a little, so that it's just open, not that they can see anything out of it. Come, I must show you something. It's just closer than you would think.
Very well. I shall play your game then. And
I have rested, as I do for some moments, and I slept and I dreamt, and when I dreamt, thoughts occurred to me, visions from beyond this world. And I open the door, and I walk out and beckon them to follow me.
They do.
Look around. I point and I just sort of like do a semicircle with my finger, and I look to both of them. I say, look around. And I just point out, what do you see?
Svold takes a moment. He looks. Are you pointing at anything specific, or just like?
No, I just whatever is directly in front of it. I hit like a perfect semicircle, just like one swoop over.
Houses? What is that to see?
You said Harn says that?
No, Svold just says, I see houses. A hut over there.
I look to Harn to see what he says.
Well, I see many things. I see people in fear. I see lights. See, every house, I can see a light that people are up. They're wondering what will happen. I see uncertainty.
I dreamt of purple. I turn and face both of them, and so I keep their eyes. My back is to the city, and I keep their eyes towards the city.
Okay.
I dreamt of purple, a color so noble, and it expanded so far. And I saw inside these houses, Svolt that you have so immediately picked out, many, many individuals. And you know what they thought, each of them in their own quivering heart as they slept. They thought there is a town now easy for the pickings. They thought there is that which has been built by the muscle of mountains to be stolen away by their peckish hands, and the vultures did take flight into the air. And they cawed, and they circled, and they waited, and they swooped down, and did you know, I get right in Svolt's face, and did you know what they took? Everything! And the ogres and the mountains were stripped bare of their treasure, of their gems, of their silver, and were left with nothing, and with no land. They were left with nothing. There was a city that stands now human called Baal, and the ogres there live with nothing! My mother was from Baal, and she had nothing! My eyes like water with tears. I'm like so furious. But there's also that love behind them. And you, and I grab one of each of them, and I have an enormous strength by a shoulder. Well, my brothers, whether you hate me or you love me, or you hate each other or you love each other, we are blood. And I take my hand off the horn and I rip at my arm until it fucking bleeds. And we bleed the blood of Mool. They do not. And we have what they do not have. We stand at the strength of ogres in the world over. Do you wish to relinquish that over stupidity? Do you know what they think of us? They think we are barely more than animals, with rage we cannot control, like some foul thing slithered up from the sea, and they think that all we have is theirs to carve up and take. To leave us paupers begging for their wretched scraps, to allow to move stone or pick up crate. Do you know that's all our kind does in Baal, is move things like beast of burden, and thought to have mind no stronger? That's what you want, Svolt. You are big and strong. You could carry boxes, or you could be put upon human crew, where you would be the first to drop in battle. They will not have your back when arrows rain, when daggers are wet with poison. Go! See what they do for you! They will serve you to fool, and let you be washed away. This is the time when they come, the rats come scurrying on the day, barely giving us hours to wipe our eyes from tears of Grand Leader, taken from us! From us! And I hit my chest like so hard, it looks like I'm about to break my fucking sternum. And they are coming. Trust me, they are coming. Trust me, for it that lies beyond the reach of dreams has shown me in my meditations, in my personal moments that I have seen, and I am telling you, and there's still that which is beyond what I am telling you. They are coming for us, each of us, waiting with noose and whip and fire, waiting with bottles of poison, with the powers of their divinities to protect them, to take us away, to snatch from us grand providence that has been offered, a domain of ogres where we have a say, where we have a right. I will not lose that for them. If you two are so stupid to realize this is the time to not be arguing, and when I wake, the first thing I see is the two of you, the two that should be my greatest united allies in this front, arguing over what? We must stand for the legacy of a grown. Do you not know our great king? He is dead. What he has stood for, what he has given us, can last. If they will allow it, they will tear it down. Give us with nothing.
Svol, you can see Svol just gnawing, fletching his teeth like, I'll burn the city to the very ground before I let them take what we have worked for, what we have died and bled for. Oh, trust me on that. But I see dark ambition in you. Very.
What it is do you see? You are a divider. You must vanquish that ill part of your soul. It's the time to be united. Or we may
Under
as well
whose
all
banner?
our hands
Under
for the
your?
axe.
Is it your banner you shall unite under, is it not? And
Who says
your
that?
divinity of dreams?
This is this fault still?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I
Lord.
see the temple
Christian.
that you're trying.
Yes, a temple to honor, to curry favor, to grandeur. Do not wish to wear a crown. I see what is inside you. You do not have to fear me. I'm looking at him. I do have diplomacy 5, a forte in Fey, and a presence of 11, just for FYI. There's nothing to fear from me. I wish Agrun to be aggrandized and praised for what he has done. Do not care about your knick-knocks age. If you desire to build a temple here, to him, to a god who comes last, this is fine. There's much I can even show you about the design of temple now, as I am through the process. Do not be petty in your thoughts, for mine have turned in no such way. Opiate is empathy, a gift it is given to our pathetic world, and it's to such that I pray. It is to this to show you to stoke the fires of your passion, to stoke the strength of. Give your children a future and a chance here, where they do not have to be less than slaves, where they do not have to earn an ogre's wage. They can have possibility as endless as dreams.
What is it? Har says, he who was silent, listening carefully. What is it you proposed then, Karel?
They will come. Watch me. They will come this day, and if it is not this day, it will be the next. And if it's not that day, it will be the one fall. Even to grieve, they will come. And I point to, because now I'm facing the Grand Hall. They will come for everything here. They will come for the vessels that are put to sea. They will come for the coins brought back, for the slaves, for every last bit of influence and strength. We are the top men left of Agrun. And as the dawn begins even now to strike the sky, we must make hard decisions as to division of his assets. To which point we must do this now, before there is nothing left to divide. We must keep his legacy alive, and that strength. We must make sure, and I point to Svold, that crew is paid well and properly. And we must also make sure that sufficient bribes are given over to certain individuals to sway and curry favor.
Har, he nods. I see. The share of our former king would be enough to carry his favor. On the other hand, and then Swold immediately erupts, you wanna share a treasure with these filthy humans?
No.
They have no right to it.
No. You misunderstand. I wish to make sure certain alliances can be put in place. Certain hands can be greased. We shall give small tributes and offerings in places they need to be put. But shall those
We shouldn't tribute them, they should pay tribute to us.
In time. In time. We must plant seeds today, because of trees tomorrow.
And who's there we should put our trust into? The Ferrum?
Of course not. They
The
have little
humans.
value. You need to understand, the tribute I am suggesting is of small amount, not of boxes of treasure and such. Remember, he did parade such things through the streets. I would suggest every thief about will be poisoning themselves to come to the Long House. Remember, there were many of those same thieves here just hours before. They will return. We might not see them when they do. Let us return to the inside, and I just walk in, kind of like quickly, and leaving them both of them in the street, making them coming after me.
How far is the first one to follow? Svold stays a bit longer. gazes over the knightly Argonaut before he turns on his heels and steps into the longhouse.
Right. I take it the crown is still laying on the floor.
It is, yeah. No one has touched it. Who would do that?
I don't touch it either. I make my way to the boxes of the treasure. There are 5 of them, as I recall.
Yes.
Right. And I make motion. Well, Svolt, let us discuss what must be done here. And I make motion around to the hall. What must be done here? What must be done with the boats and the many other assets our king left in his wake?
No, I can tell you what will happen with the boats. We will go and do what we need to. We will continue to raid, of course.
I nod my head like, yeah, that sounds wonderful. Well,
Har, on the other hand, ponders for a moment. You know, we could, and he raises his hands, we could also use these for trade.
the boats.
Not as glorious, I suppose, but maybe more profitable.
And I look towards Svolt. Would you prefer a compact, a business arrangement betwixt the 3 of us? Or would you prefer a permanent division of goods, items?
All right. Give me your offer.
I am attempting to have your offer. I am trying to make you feel as at ease as possible here, as you seem to have expressed distrust towards myself and to Han. I wish to make you feel as enfranchised as possible. I'm not your enemy, and you have a lot of them. And I glance back towards the outside, out there. As do I, as do you.
I know these men a lot better than you do.
It is true.
I know their strength and their weakness, and I know what they like to do and what they hate to do. And none of these are merchants or traders or farmers. They're raiders. They're home at the sea with the wind and the sail. They will take what they want. They will not trade for it. This is ridiculous of a notion. You cannot make farmers and traders out of warriors.
Good, as you say. The first difficulty there is, at the present time, you cannot go to sea. We cannot have you leave for at least a cycle. They will be looking and they will be waiting, and when many, many strong, powerful ogres are gone, what do you come back to? Perhaps, and I pointed hard, our bodies dead, this hall burnt to the ground, and an ambush waiting as soon as you step off your boat.
Yeah. I could see them backstabbing us.
You can you? I have dreamt it. I assure you it is within the realm of possibility.
Many things are.
Yes, but how likely those possibilities swim towards reality is what is important. This one swims fast.
So we stay in harbor for a while.
Yes.
We have the coin to survive without a raid for a while.
I look over the chest, and clearly there's much to be done there in terms of the wealth. Then, do we make a compact arrangement betwixt the 3 of us for business partnership, or do we make division now and divide assets? I put it first to use fault.
He looks at you for quite a while.
I look right back at him, just with my regal diplomacy and my fucking...
Looks at Har, looks at you. I say we divide what we have. I think everyone should get his share and decide what to do with it.
All men will be paid first, without a doubt. Then we shall take the remainder. There is this hall. There is many other bits of wealth in it. There are the boats, and so forth. Very well, then I turn to you, Har, if we are to make full cut and division. Svolt asked.
Svolt, you're a great warrior, no one denies that, but you have to think in new terms. Argrun is dead. We need to establish ourselves here by different means than plunder and fear. I say we make arrangements. We deal. We make business. Maybe with the Siren, maybe human, maybe even Farum.
I have many ideas in that arrangement, but Svolt has said he does not wish a partnership with us. We cannot force it upon him. It is his right. He does not trust us or like us, apparently. Unfortunate, Svolt, I have much respect for you, but I honor your decision.
Well, if you, Svolt, want to have your fair cut, as Karel says, and this is in your right, you have a fair claim to your part of the treasure, I would advise, however, against it. Svolt, however, he shakes his head. No. Well.
Very well, then. It is respected by myself, and hopefully we can continue Svolt down the road and find as much place for agreement as possible. Then, to you, Har, would you be interested in entering into a partnership with myself regarding a great many things? The first amongst them a sharing of goods we are left from our collective agreement this day.
I would be interested indeed.
Then I nod my head. Very well, then. We shall enter forward in that and see what fortune that finds us. Well, then, what would you submit, Svolt, as your first request to us for this division? What it is that you want, specifically?
He thinks for a moment, he looks at the chests, he takes a look at the hall, and he looks back at you. The boat.
Very well. You will take the boat and all of that which is a part of it, and you will take, after we make division of treasure, you will take as well your third of this. He and I will take a third. We will maintain the city holdings, and we will attempt to work together as much as possible. Is that agreeable to you? We will, of course, as again stated, make sure the debts are paid before we assume any of these monetary advantages.
He looks like he has... You can see, Svold is not a complicated man, indeed.
Yeah.
You can see what he thinks. He smells a trap, but he cannot see it. It's his face of, a man drowning on dry land,
I say this, Svold, we are in no way attempting to trick you. In fact, my preference would be to enter in full partnership with you. But a man who does not wish to be a partner cannot be one. So I will let you go, though it saddens me. But I'm trying to make sure you go with not only what you ask for, but even more.
Well, we'll take the boat. We'll take our fair share, me and my crew.
Let us have Horn. We shall bring them in. Most of them are here. We shall wake them now, as their slumber is no longer necessary. They are near the point of waking. I can feel it. We shall give them their payment.
As you say that, let's wake the men. Swold just lets a huge cry through the hall. Just get up.
That will do it, I say.
Look, the ogre's. What's going on?
And I look towards up, though I must make my apologies to Opiate for depriving it of even moments of slumber. This shall be resolved now. For the best of my empathy, as the men must be taken care of and informed of who owns the boat, who owns... Does he just have one boat, or do he have more than one boat?
Two.
Okay. Who owns the boats, who owns the hull, who owns the other items of importance, yeah? So that we may begin to establish comfortable boundaries between you, Svolt, and us. We do not wish to make you feel that We are undermining your positions.
With a few shouts, Svold gathers all the men, the ogres in the hall together. They line up in a half circle around the table you're sitting on, and they look up, very curious.
If you will please provide the men their share of the booty, as is customary.
I will. Very well. You all know the rails by now. You all get your fair share, as it is your rights. And with that, he just sort of goes by the side and starts counting the coins and what they have and puts them into neatly packaged. He has like one pile where this is the share of Agrun, what he would get, and then the share for the men. And he starts handing out their part of the booty.
Make sure also that not only the addition, but the beginning portion, the share that was to be given over to Svolt is given to him before we calculate what additionally he is owed.
He looks over his papers and he writes down numbers and names. Yes, I will do that. I will.
And nod my head. I'm attempting to just have as much patience as possible. I do a very high meditation as much as I possibly can. Because I realize a lot of other individuals here are going to get frantic.
And this takes a good amount of time.
Sure.
And Svold watches it carefully and he looks at you, looks back at her, looks at you. Where did you get that crown? Why did you make him king this very night?
Because he deserved it. Because I dreamed it. Because there were 5 things left undone. Which is very unfortunate. I sought to honor him. And I look at the crown, and I shrug, and I get like a very sad look on my face. He was not done with this world. Sadly, the world was done with him. We will attend his funeral.
What will we do to find his murderer?
I do not know. What I understand is there was an individual who appeared and disappeared momentarily upon your raid. I believe it was this individual, a clergyman of some strange being. From the rituals that I performed, from the rituals the Therum of Cassida performed, we must see. Would you like to perform with any clergymen of Nick-Nock-Thade? Would you care to procure them for the services that will occur 1 hour after nightfall this eve for our great lord and king?
I don't think there is a clergyman of Nick-Nock-Thade here.
I see. There was not one that I knew of. Still, I do not know what connections you might have.
He is a very content god. We give him his share. He gives us good wins.
That sounds a fair arrangement. Well, then, Svolt, will you protest my performing the services for him? For our lord, our king?
He ponders. No.
Well,
No, he put his faith in opiate, and who am I to name that last
There's
one?
my thoughts as well. I believe it would be his wishes. It is hard to know the thoughts that would have been inside a dead man's skull.
You have to do your business.
Yes.
And he leans back in his chair, and he looks to that empty throne. Could have been a great kingdom, you know. A strong kingdom of ogres.
And that is why I had a crown of silver forged. It could have been. Sadly. That dream has died.
And after a while...
I have a quick question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The great meeting is to take place, like, in the afternoon today,
Yeah,
right?
when the sun is highest.
Sure. We're good. I get some of the servants take his body. Begin to have it prepared. He deserves a fine funeral. And I'm going to give them a whole bunch of requests, which I won't do the spoilers on now, though. They'll be revealed when the time is right.
Right. 1 second, I'll be right back. There's one of those.
Oh yeah, there is. And I take all of the treasure.
The end.
Yeah.
Tensions rise. Connections are made. Town of Argrod. Some weird ogre-sounding name. As it should be, I guess.
Indeed.
Make sure everyone put on their best-looking suit for the meeting.
I walk over to the door and open it again and stare out at the city. I shut my eyes and I meditate deeply, feeling the love and the hate and the connivingness, the slitheriness, the feelings of fear, the lust and the greed, the Farum and the humans, what they might do to each other and how they might take all the ogres and end us all. And I just stare out at the rosy hued sky, and a tear forms in my eye. Something great, perhaps, about to be devoured by that water that the dreamer spoke of, to wash over and to wash it all away. So I'm looking at them. So afterwards, I take it both I and Har are left with a pretty sizable amount of inheritance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even though the greatest part has been paid to the crew, there's still a good amount, like almost a full chest,
Yes.
full just with coins and gems and silver and gold.
I'm going to look at Svolt, Han and I, when I look at Har and two agree with me, out of our shares, we will take care of that which needs to be taken care of, and hands that need to be fed. Your share is for you. Know that you will be welcome, that your men will be welcome here for feast, and we will feast this day. We'll have a meeting, and we will look upon you as favored and friends, Svolt, and we will wish you well. I will ask.
Oh, I will be there. I will make sure none of these upstart usurpers even think about raising the hand against ogres.
I nod my head. Your vigilance is greatly appreciated, as I do have fear trembling in the back of my neck that we are about to get swept up into something very bad. I fear the humans and the Farum, not what they wish to do to us, but the calamity that will be left in the wake of their war. They are so close. They are so close to conflict. And those small Freyan that are here, the soul orc, there's much that could cause problems. I'm sure many times will come when we will need your strength. Hopefully you will be able to lend it to us, on some occasions at least.
The strong do what they can, and the weak must suffer what they must.
Well, we shall see what the day brings us. I believe after today we will have at least the advantage of hearing what the others wish to take from us.
Har nods. Svold seems ready to leave you to your own device.
All right. Well, I allow him his monetary aspect, and then of course I'm assuring that the king himself had an enormous amount of plunder. So I don't know if Svolt says anything about that, or he just assumes that I don't know how he handles that.
From the three of you, no one knows where he kept his stuff.
No one knows where he kept his plunder?
Yep.
Hmm.
There's a rumor that, he hid a lot of it somewhere, buried it in the woods or in a hidden place. Who knows? For now.
Very well.
But Svold takes his men. They lay themselves back to rest. And you can already see through the cracks in the windows as the sun conquers night again, unbowed, unbent, unbroken. A feeding night, lighting the sky, golden light. And Har, you can see him rubbing his temples.
Well, here's to a hopefully profitable partnership betwixt the two of us.
I have faith in your ambition. I am not a great leader, but I am a very good accountant.
Yeah, that's an excellent skill to possess. Well, what do we have left for our coffer?
He shows you, basically, we have about
Yeah, look at the chest.
this amount of silver, this amount of gold, some statues.
I mean, there was like some jewelry and stuff like that in there, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So I start just picking a few things out, and I just show them to him. These will hopefully be enough to curry the favor, at least in the first round. If you are agreeable.
Well, that really depends who is going to take the bribe and how much stability and power he can offer us.
Yes, well, hopefully they will be placed well. It's always difficult to see. I think the sirens are a very, very beneficial ally to us.
He raised an eyebrow. The sirens.
They
Why
also
would you
fall.
think
First of all, which one of these species do you think is most trustworthy? Is it humans or Farum? There you have it. We have the ogres. We need an ally. We have an orc. It's just one. It's irrelevant. There are very few Freyne here, but under my banner, a banner of ogres, they will flock. We will pull them in. Well, they hate the Farum. I don't think they have much love for humans. I personally never cared for Farum. They are, after all, despicable little creatures. Count my word. There will be many of them here on the day, trying to snip at any little bits they can get. We're also going to need, and I tap towards this, quite a bit of these silver coins to pay for the various preparations that must be made for Algrim's funeral. It must be a grand affair. They must have it imprinted upon their mind that he was king, not merely someone that wore a crown for an hour or so.
He looks at his notes for a moment, and he just listens to what you say. What about the Typhon?
Yeah, no one can trust Typhon.
Well, we don't need to trust him. We only need to make sure he's on the right side.
Typhon are only on one side, their own. They are very smart and crafty, cagey creatures. We cannot adequately point them to our purposes. They will merely sell us whatever they wish as we grease their palms. But when the moment comes, it will be of no value. I see no reason to put a coin of gold or silver, not even one, into their hands. Not a chicken, not a cow, not a bolt of tapestry. No.
Very
But
well.
we shall pay them respect according lip service. I will see that. I look at the crown. I believe that is going to be an interesting issue. What exactly they come for, what exactly they try to take at this meeting. They clearly have their own ideas.
Oh, if they can, they will take everything.
I understand. That's what I wanted. I was hoping to convince Svolt of. It's unfortunate. Perhaps when he calms, he will realize he is alone with a wave at his back and oblivion before him.
Svolt has difficulty seeing beyond the length of his arm.
I nod my head. Well, I shall pray that vision can be extended unto him.
Well, Har stands up. You can see how tired he is. If you allow...
One thing I am planning is to hire some more followers of, well, construction and masons. 7 more of these Farum, employing them, keeping them away from the halls of mead and ale, or they will ply their greedy minds. When they are working, they are not a problem. And when they are paid well by opium, they are rested on that night, and they are thinking pleasant thoughts towards opiate.
Could be a possibility.
I think it is good to spread goodwill that way.
Such a temple, however, is a very costly project. Without the steady income of Argrun's raid, we will have to now find another source of income.
That's why we must not be weak now, so that we can still receive tribute that was paid to him.
I will ponder on this. If you excuse me, I have to take some rest.
I pull out a candle and I get out my little flint and I light it and put this beside yourself as you slumber. You will fall into that oblivion very quickly, and you will sleep well.
He takes and looks at it with some suspicion. Very well. I will do that. I'll see you in the morning.
It is morning now.
Is it already?
See you in the afternoon. I will wake you before many of them arrive. I will need your counsel, and I will need you to listen for that which I miss. Go sleep. You have hours still before you must have your mind working.
Good.
So at this point, I'm just going through here and taking stock, of all the different things, and I make sure that I take our treasure and I lock it away very safely, in back quarters here. I don't want him to be in a position, where this gets ganked or whatever. And I'm searching the place too for any maybe he just buried some of it right here, or oh look, it's in the middle of his bed or whatever, So I kind of tear the place apart carefully. I'll make a lap to the temple, and I will begin to hire a few more Farum to work on our temple to hopefully get it constructed quicker. I want to hire a total number of 7, as that is the number of opiate. That's just a good number.
You have, for some odd reason, quite a trouble finding Farum willing to work at this moment. As if there's some sort of word on the street that they should hold back. All of them say, well, maybe later. I'm very interested, but maybe later. I have another something else to do right now. I'm sorry.
Let's see. How do our demographics break down for Frayne here? I know that there are obviously some here.
When it comes to percentage, about 5% of the population.
Oh, is that high? That high? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Very good. So I definitely work towards them trying to make as high of an impact there, continuously, because I would look upon them, other than ogres, to be the best species we have here. They're clearly followers of opiate, and that's a good thing.
They clearly are. Why do that? I want to give the rest of you the option, the ability, the possibility to rise from slumber as sun conquers night, and those hateful eyes of Ahriman disappear and leave you to yourself for once. Who awakens first? Who has most to do.
Well, I'll wake up, pack up what I need, go out to my fields, checking again. I'll pluck some grape leaves, making refreshing my sort of leaf stock that I got going around my necklace. Those that dry out, simply crumble. I just discard them. But also, I passed by the oak tree. Well, the dozens of oak trees actually that I've since planted here. The beginnings, their roots, very much reflecting my own predicament. Seeing how small and fragile they are. The crops as well are small and fragile. How far away I am from the others, this is good. But I pack up my things as hours pass, time passes, I work on the farm. Basically, I mean, there's not much I have to do when it comes to, I'm not expanding my vineyard or anything like that, just simply checking. I have some grapes growing. Thinking of perhaps getting some fruit seeds imported in. Maybe I'll bring that up with Carreo. Different types of wine. But I will pack my things up and specifically like that water serpent, the black bile in the little gourd. I'm going to bring that with me in my findings. What little I know about this, it's something. Hopefully, it'll help me, my position here.
Definitely. The soil here, you notice so far, it's very, very good, dark soil. The trees will grow strong eventually, tall. You have no trouble raising them. Sun gives warmth. Actually, surprisingly warm this day, considering how cold the nights can be. And you make your. You going to Agnok, right?
Yeah, in preparations for the meeting, get on Moyol Hua, my old friend. I pat the old scaled Optalang. I go on top. Make my way down the lone dirt road.
Down the lone dirt road. As you make your way, the city appears and it grows with every step. And even from afar you can hear the commotions. The city is alive and it's up early. There's no market day. That's weird. But you know what will happen today, and everyone, if they can't be a part of it, want to be as close as possible. And for those in the city, if you're not up by sunrise, you wake up by the sound of people in the streets, loud arguments and whispers that will be carried through the streets. And slowly but surely, a crowd assembles in the open spaces, and they make their way to the longhouse, where everyone expects something to happen this day. What? I don't know.
So you're what you're getting at is that the crowd sort of forming. Is it at this time? Is it what day is it? I want to ask real quick. What day is it, and what time of day is it? By the time that like the crowd is starting to converge.
We are at day now 57.
Okay.
And it's about noon.
Okay.
When people actually get out, when they think something is gonna happen, and they make their way there. It's not like you have the huge crowd and they just walk towards a goal. It's just sort of assembling by
By the longhouse, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm going right to the long, like I'm going right to, and like in that area,
Hmm.
parking the Optelang in a nearby stable. I look, and I see, I see Thalan goes scuttling about with his little firm legs, and I gesture almost awkwardly my long arm, kind of with a big open palm, mm, as I turn back to the Optelang and pulling the belt and make sure it's tied to the posts by the other Optelangs. Then I turn back and I start like very slowly making my way. I'm not all that fast, but I'll make my way towards Stalin goes, assuming that he knows where the meeting is. Stalin goes.
Mahata?
You are. The meeting is this day. Yes.
Yes, yes.
This is good. This is good. You are going.
Yes, I'm bringing our elder Erasuits. There is a sensitive matter I had wished to speak with you about.
Oh.
Erasuit is not in the best health right now. He seems to be succumbing to his old age.
Yes.
I know not what to do with him, but I'd hoped maybe we could talk and you could see to him if anything there might be that you can do to help.
I kind of look off behind you, look around, and then I lean down towards you. There might be some things that I may lend some aid. How willing the body of your elder is, it is not up for you or I to decide. It is up to his soul.
He is a strong one despite his seeming frailty. I would appreciate your discretion in this matter. I do not wish the other species to know of possible weakness amongst the Pharaoh.
Yes, you can trust me. My kin view you as brothers of the Pharaoh people. I will lend you my aid, of course. We'll talk further on this after the meeting.
Of course, of course.
I quiet down and I kind of perk up a bit as I turn off and I see that Cade, see the humans arriving. And so you see this orc just like, I'm usually hunched over, that's like my relaxed pose, but then I kind of look up, big old tusks come down, looking at you as you're making your way down the dirt road from your farm. But I just sort of look at you. I give this peculiar look towards you and many other humans. I mean, it's just sort of like a blank, almost perhaps curiosity. Just, then I turn back down to Thalan goes. And I pat him on the shoulder. Come, let us go to the meeting. Find a good place to view and hear the voices. Yes.
Yes, the sooner we get there, the better.
I look over my shoulder at Cade as I slowly waddle with the Thalan goes. The old Ferrum. The old Ferrum's not with you, is he? I think you said he was with you, right?
Yeah, I would have brought him with me. He's being held up in a cart.
Okay.
Is unable to walk himself.
Yeah, you would definitely like have him sort of a improvised wheelchair, I suppose, something like that.
Yeah, the best I could put together in such short notice.
And with him, like there are always a few Ferrum around Erasuit, like he's not going out alone. So it's almost like you have Thalangos taking care of this venerable old man, and in the background like 5 Ferrum watching. He's like, "Don't you do shit there."
Gotcha.
As I watch the orc kind of towering above the Farum and walking by, I am wary of him. I've well-traveled as I am. I have not very much experience with his kind. I know that they truck with trolls. Some of them know the esoteric paths. This is something that gives me pause. It is something I don't understand. And I do not easily get into conflict with things that I do not understand. But I watch the crowd gather and wait for the ogres to present themselves and wait for the proceedings to begin.
As the crowd gathers around the longhouse, for a while, it's like this moment before you jump off the cliff. Everyone knows something is happening. No one knows where this is going. Farum assemble around Erasud, who sits in this improvised part, ever watchful, ever careful, his eyes closed. The humans definitely arrive. Almost everyone, you know them by name, probably everyone in this town. They stand outside. You see some ogres at the edges. They're not in the longhouse. And then it is finally that the siren appear. Make a grand entry. Atlana, the beautiful, the great singer, she's known with her red crimson cloak around her shoulders, graciously stepping into the scene, making her way to the front row, surrounded by male sirens. How odd. She looks ravishingly beautiful. She draws attention of everyone to her. It's hard to pull your eyes off her.
Kay, who is someone who is almost utterly disinterested in sex, upon seeing her for the first time, does a slight double take as he sees her. And for the first time, probably since he was a teenager, feels kind of his heart leap for a second and the engine begin to turn and begin to work once again within his body. It's disorienting for a moment, and as much as he is trying to keep his thoughts collected, his eyes every few moments dart over to her and then back to the crowd.
You can see letting her view just gaze over the crowd. She has this stoic impression. She knows what effect she has on people, and she knows how to use it. She hardly cares, though. Her gaze is of blue, cold iron. They wait outside for a moment. They wait for a sign of life from inside the hall. The mob has assembled outside. Inside the hall, however, the ogres, they know what's going on outside. They approach Karail.
Why have all these indigents gathered before this hall?
Har woke up a bit early, diligent as he is. Well, I suppose they want to give their arguments a bit of weight with their numbers.
They wish to intimidate us. There's one thing they shall not do, it is that.
I suppose. We let their representatives inside, and the rest can wait and freeze outside until the night.
I go over, making sure it's me, and I go over and open the door, and I look out. Those that have business here, enter this domicile. If you do not disperse.
Just make my way.
I step forward.
Step away from the door and I return. I make my way to the head of the table, to our groom's seat.
Can I go and sit down back where I was? Just...
Right in his throne.
So,
What type of table is this? Is it like just a long rectangular table?
yeah, it's like a long feasting table.
Okay, then I'm going to sit about 2/3 of the way down on one of the sides.
So it is Kate that enters.
The crown still sits on the floor where it had fallen.
The organ.
Fair.
After Karael speaks his words to the crowd, you Thorugh, you hear Erisud, who raises his hand to you. Let's go. I want to hear what they have to say.
So I'll bring you right up there, and I help move his wheelchair / cart / whatever, help him move up there.
All the chests are gone, by the way.
Oh yeah, I imagine the room.
I'm just giving that detail to everyone right off the bat.
It's a lot less opulent than the night before. As you make your way up there, though, Thorugh, before you can enter, the siren cuts in your way and enters, just cuts in your way and enters before you.
You mean Atlanta?
Yeah.
Or Atlanta, I guess it is.
She doesn't even look over her shoulder. It's like whatever.
My
I
eyes
whisper
are
over to the
very, very ogreishly look her over. This is my custom.
and I whisper to Erisud, this is the one, Atlanta, who seems to be more trouble than her beauty would lead on.
Yes. We will know her. I will know her by her voice. And he shakes his head. Let's go. And the very last one to slither, make his way into the great hall, waiting till everyone is in and has taken their place, almost unnoticeably, is a Typhon. Humbly bowing his head, lowering somewhere between his shoulders, not wanting to be seen, not wanting to be trouble for anyone, and taking a seat at the very, very end of the table. So at this point, we have gathered Erisud and Thorugh, Mahatu, the orc. We have Kate. We have Atlana. And we have Slakta. And of course, Karael, sitting at the head
Like a boss.
with big blue balls.
That's right. Very large.
And plentiful.
But I just sit down. I'm being an orc. I'm very patient. I just sit down and I put on the guise of being very patient, but where I sort of sit, it's almost like a passive aggressive sort of thing. Like I sit on a chair sort of nearby the three chairs of the throne, just sort of sitting there and waiting for the others, almost feigning like my exhaustion from traveling. Just
I take it Svolt is here and he's sitting in his typical chair, which would be right to my right.
Actually, he is there, but he's not sitting at the table. He leans, not relaxed, but not as tense as the rest. Leans against the wall, one of the pillars, carefully watching over the whole scene from afar.
And what is Har doing?
He's sort of standing in the background. Almost.
Welcome.
No, go ahead.
Um, I thought you were done. Welcome. It seems that the lot of you wish to discuss business in the night that has passed, and I cast my eyes down to the crown. So, we will entertain you and provide you with yet another generous feast, and with wine, and with opium. You're welcome in this great hall, this domicile of mountain kin. Which one of you would like to speak your piece first? This evening, an hour after dusk, we have a funeral to perform. Let us not tarry and allow the event to stretch to that point when it must be severed and terminated. Do not be shy, one of you. I look towards the sirens, and I look towards the humans and the Farum. And there's no Frayne at all in here, I take it. Well, shall I point to you then, if none of you are bold enough to speak
Look.
up?
Karaya, this is what I have learned. I start pulling out the thing, the long serpent.
I look over interestedly.
This is where I made the cut. Look, touch. It is a thing of flesh. It is
Nod
animal.
my head, no.
It is animal. It is animal of the waters. It is not serpent. Different. I am not sure. I've never seen this before. And then I take out the gourd and I open. Look, here, black bile spewed from. It is, and I place it down by the thing. It is death. It is rot. It is sickness. We have animal from water. We have black sickness. Death. This is all that I've learned. It is unsettling for me to even speak of such an event again. The images still cling to my mind. I will join you, or I correct myself, I wish to join you, your brothers, your kin, in this funeral you speak of. I would like to see that he be put to proper rest.
All of you are, of course, welcome to attend. Your kind words and favor. It's always appreciated, for our groom has left this world far too soon, with much unfinished business. So you have no idea, then, Mohanto, whom has put this vexing end upon our king.
And you see me, look at you, and then I do like a slight look towards the others in the room here, and I I just slowly, sort of, almost like a sprinkler, like, and I look at you and say, "That is all that I know at this time."
I see. Well, my gratitude and that of every ogre in this port for what you have done and your efforts.
If you would allow, I wish to stay in this hall until we are excused.
Yes. This is permitted.
I sit down.
Well,
And I look at everyone else expectantly.
that we have had some light shed on the what, not the why. Who would like to speak next? And I'm kind of like looking more, like not even like you're next. I'm just kind of looking at Alana. Just like, oh. Got my eyes against some of that. It's like,
Her face is stone and stoic. She actually looks at this creature from the sea, that's sitting on the table there, with interest. Not paying you any attention at all, at the moment at least.
yeah. Yeah. Soon enough.
As important as finding the assassin is, or assassins, I believe you know why all of us are here, Carrail.
Please, I believe each of you are perhaps here for different reasons, but you, honored human elder, Cade Kale, are known to me. Please let your words fill the hall, so they may be heard.
Aside from our friend here, Mr. Mohato, I believe I may have a great many cycles on all of you assembled here. I have traveled most of Ibifnul. I've traveled many parts of Katik. I've seen towns and cities rise and fall. I was born in Bale, perhaps the most expansive city above ground in all of Kvegathain. And in each of these places, I've witnessed moments like these. Pivotal moments. I know you and your older brothers may be watching the assembled crowds outside as if they're nothing but vultures. And truth be told, a great many of them out there, and maybe some of us in here, are vultures looking to pick away the last bits of flesh on a rotting carcass. This moment is what will make or break this settlement. I do not wish to see this town plunged into sectarian violence. I do not wish to see humans and Ferrum killing each other as they have in the past. I do not wish to see the wealth and the divine followings that have been built here and that will be built here. And I'm looking at Conrail when I'm speaking to him. I do not wish to see those crumble. I wish to see them grow. Arganar, this settlement named after the crowned king Arganar. Argren. Let his legacy live. Do not let it fade into dust, like so many places that I have seen crumble and wither. It is difficult, however, to have a king, to have a queen, to have one leader, one model for success. Leadership must be established in this town. Order must be assured. We are on the edge of a knife. This town could fall at any moment. I am proposing that we create a council made from respected members of the community, business leaders like myself, and perhaps even leaders. And I look over to Thalangos, leaders from the different communities of our assembled species. All must be able to have their concerns heard in a fair manner. Will you join me in creating such a council, Conrail?
I look at you long and hard and evaluating. It seems you advocate a position of government like your native Bale. Senators, barons,
No, not royalty, not aristocracy, but a council based on wisdom.
Hmm. There seems to be little difference. There's a collection of voices to rule. Hmm.
To maintain order, I wish not to rule. Power is not my desire.
Interesting. As
My
power
will.
would be a direct result of what you stipulate, honored Kale.
Perhaps some modicum of power, but it must be exercised, lest this place fall to chaos. You can feel it, I know you can. Blood's boiling out there. Everybody is waiting for their share of whatever is left from the Great Ogre. I'm not concerned with such petty trifles and trinkets that your conquest may have brought. It's true, the ogres here are strong, and even the Farum, and the humans, the Frey and the Sirens, wield great strength. But they are nothing. It looks as though we've lost Ander.
Ah, fucking hell.
What language are you
Right.
speaking in, by the way?
That's a good question. What's the most common language that everybody has here? Because I am wishing to address as many people as possible.
I was just speaking. When I was speaking in Moorish. So.
Yeah, Moolish is sort of the lingua franca here.
Okay, I speak Moolish, so I have been speaking in Moolish.
Very well.
I've been speaking Janten. None of you can understand.
You just stand up. Come
Am I right? Am I right?
I found it. No.
All right, so I'm back. I timed out for a minute there. It said authentication issues. So go ahead and I don't know what else you want to say. The last thing I heard, you were talking about the fraying and.
Yes. Every one of these communities wields strength to a certain degree, and the ogres, the raiders, have shown themselves to be more than capable in combat. But you must look at the cold, hard reality of this situation. This settlement has the potential to become something great, to rival the cities of trade, Vale, maybe even Cold Harbor. Perhaps become greater, which will draw enemies, and perhaps someday even armies. Have you ever seen an army? A real battle? It's something we are woefully underprepared for here. And I do not advocate an immediate militarization, but if we are to thrive, if we are to do business, if we are to have our faiths grow in this place, we must be able to find a way to reconcile the differences we may have in a peaceful manner. And I unhook the sword from my belt and I place it on the table. And I say,
Broadsword, right?
yeah, broadsword.
I look at it.
And I said, there is no doubt in my mind that there will be violence in this settlement, as there is everywhere in the world. But we must deal with it with cool heads. We must let reason prevail. I've spoken with your kind before. Many here think that you're nothing, not you personally, but your brothers, of course, are nothing but a bunch of wild savages. They fear that they may be devoured at any moment, and there may be some truth to that. But I know your people. I know that there is nothing more that you enjoy than debate, reason, philosophy, and argumentation. Indulge those appetites, and we will prosper together, all of us. And I sit down.
Honored human. Kale, I've heard your words. There's wisdom of kind within them. Directly what you propose, do not know that I would support. However, indirectly it may build position of interest. Surely you speak of making a safe town. Does anyone here not wish to have safety? Anyone here wish to have their home burned or their family stabbed to death in front of them? Anyone? Good. I do not wish this for my kind, and for those who are not my kind, who I care for, and even for those I do not care for here. It is best that we have trade, we have commerce, that we expand and grow stronger, with more buildings, with majesty, with attractions that will bring many from around Epiphany to our small port. The nature of arrangement, of leadership, with community bosses and judges and trade guildsmen, with merchants in their houses. I am certainly open to the idea of discussing investitures, potency, and an ear to listen to concerns and complaints of all such individuals. I believe myself to be capable of not viewing the type, the flesh, the skin, but the general condition, act, and what it may do for this city to come. Your words I shall think of, and perhaps we shall discuss further here. Who would like to speak next in this hall? Let your voice be least loud, for there's much room here.
Now, I must agree with Cade's wisdom here that the species need to have their own representation, so long as we all have fair representation.
I would suggest nothing less.
Let me pose to you, what do you view as fair representation?
There are many Farum, and considering you want peace and considering the dangers that Cade suggests we may be in, we can be of great use. Our kind has recently acquired mines up north. Soon we will have much more raw materials and metals to make any weapons we might need to defend our settlement.
I kind of glance back towards the human, and like in my mind, I'm thinking, "Oh shit!" They go immediately from we have weapon to metal to weapons. Sounds good. Oh, and also we want power. You know, so that cranks in my head very, very quickly, and I just glance back and forth between the two of them. Well, no one can deny your people's skill on the forge or with stone. Yes, I had wondered to the precise nature. I've heard whisperings of a large task your people were about to embark upon, as I've spoken to many of them even on this day.
Yes, our efforts are well underway.
Well, I hear two voices wishing to...
After Thorugh spoken, Adlana taps with her finger, this perfectly shaped finger on the table for a moment. And he looks at Cade. And she presents him with a smile. And he looks up to Karail. There's no doubt in my mind. And her voice is like golden honey that just fouls your mind, so sweetens it. As only a siren can have such a voice. That there's wisdom in what Master Kale said a council, a wise proposition. I only wonder who will sit on it. How do we choose? There's numbers. There are many ogres in this city, are there not? More than there are humans, more than there are Farum. Will they have more councilmen? Will they have... Oh, how is such a thing to be done to satisfaction of all?
I have a proposal.
What is that now? I look skeptically.
We have very many diverse goals here, all of us. I propose a council, 5, maybe 7 of us here, to make decisions regarding the law and the enforcement of law. A representative from each community. An odd number, so that we not come to an impasse when critical decisions must be made.
7, she ponders. This is a good number.
7 is the best number.
She smiles. It has power.
Great power.
I would agree to such a number. Though their jurisdictions, you say law and enforcement of law, but then we also need someone to enforce that law. I'm sure the ogres would be eager to do that, wouldn't they? A city guard, almost.
Let me ask you a question about the infrastructure that I would probably know here.
Yes.
Were any kind of have any kind of taxes been collected?
Nope.
By our group, never collected taxes. When you speak of a structure that will require taxation, and how do each of your people feel about that? There were before gifts thrown from the belly of the sea, and what lands it touched far spread from here. Now, those people will be turning over coin in abundance.
Well,
look at her, lustfully.
She smiles and she looks over to Thalangos and the venerable Erisud. As far as you explained, the Pheromone position of much value, valuable resources. I'm sure you would be able to make a tax of that. Leviathan gives plenty to those who pay respect. I'm sure my people are able to give tribute, a donation to this council in order to receive the benefits of such a ordered society. However, can humans do the same?
Can the humans do the same?
Are you willing to pay a tax to this council? You speak for your race.
I believe my people can be convinced. Yes. They see the value of stability.
And her gaze wanders over to Karail. What about those proud raiders?
When I look back at her, torn from my lustful thoughts and visions, Sindarian, I say, you have not been moved even into the phase of your council. Merely the idea of whether your people are in any way in support of such things. Perhaps they are. I wish to make it clear that I personally have no issue with investing a greater portion of power in what is to come in each of the communities that reside here in this city. The complete split and even division that you suggest, however, sits, well, quite ill within me, and I believe I speak for every ogre here.
You hear a
Go.
grunt from the background from Svold. Yeah, it doesn't pay you.
To go from a king, to go from a place of our own, a place that was built by the man who was essentially my father, to dishonor his legacy, his crown, by allowing position to diminish so tremendously. Still, the idea of advisors, of individuals with ability to create even law here could prove interesting if you're able to bring the communities in line along with you, so that you prove worthy of the tremendous strength of potency you gain from whatever conditions we may, if we may at all, hammer out here. I still think your opening position, even in an opening position, is vastly overreaching. But the heart of it, the need and desire for voices and to be bestowed with and invested in from the city, from the community here is, well, I believe only natural. And I do not oppose it. So perhaps our community and your communities are not at an impossible impasse, depending on what flexibility you're willing to show from your initial opening position. And that is, I suppose, what we shall discuss on the day. I suppose this idea has been discussed already amongst some of you, for I hear repetition of words from different lips.
Well, wisdom is universal.
Who's speaking now?
Adlana says that.
No.
Wise words sound true in all ears.
I see. Well,
For with all due respect to our late King Argrun, blessed be his soul, there will be no king again on this throne.
Atlanta says that.
Yeah.
Rage mixes with passion towards her, just anger. Well, what did you say, Matt? It got.
Yeah, I was going to say, hear me when I say this, that I mean no disrespect to the great King Argon. I would not be here. My operation would not exist had he not founded this settlement. But what has happened within this last day is an illustration that a king has but one throat to cut. Royalty is dangerous, not just to themselves, but to everyone here. We're on the brink of riots or peace. There is only one direction this will go. We should protect ourselves from similar situations arising in the future. Council members can be replaced. A king with no successors cannot.
And there's another thing. A voice in the background makes itself heard.
This is a Typhon voice, yeah?
Yeah, a Slacht, yeah, the Typhon looks up. I believe with time others will turn their gaze upon these hills, these fertile soils and the coast. Firstport is not far away. If we want to stand a chance to even make it over the next couple of cycles. I think this arrangement of interests that is connected to the welfare of our surroundings is the best of all. Agrun was never much interested in having relations with other settlements or cities. I see people here who have a vested interest in the survival and in the welfare and the growth of all of these. Let's not be, what is the word I'm looking for? Let's not be egoistic, I think, and cling to what we used to have. Oh, 1 second. But
Yes, what I'm hearing here is each of you showing up on the deathbed of our groom, demanding representation, a voice, and these things. I would not begrudge you. However, the full scope of what you ask for seems an utter annihilation, demotion, degradation, collapse of ogre rule over ogre makings. This is too far.
This is not too far. You're looking at this as though this is the deathbed of your own culture, your own power. This is opportunity, Karayan.
For you.
Opportunity to be unshackled from the leadership of but one, and the freedom to pursue what all you ogres want individually. For your greatness to be unleashed.
I remember words similar told me by my mother who grew up in Bale when humans first came there. And I look towards the Farum, like, yeah, remember that, bro, when that happened to us? And I say, it is interesting to hear such repetition from you, honored Care, here in this hall. If it was a human who had found it, I wonder how quickly you would speak for their power to be relinquished and given over to hands like these, or those, or hers, or his.
I believe you are mistaken, Corel. It wasn't the ogres who held power here, but it was Argrun who held power over the settlement. Argrun who took it over. Argrun who disposed of the Duke of Sitz who once settled here.
Yes. And who was with Argrun? And I look towards the huge ogres. There's quite a few of them in the hall. Whose blood? Whose blood bled from the rabbit fae when they would attack? Who lifted the heavy stones? Who sailed from island home? Who came and who has reaped so many benefits? Forget not that we...
And would you see those benefits burn?
Are you threatening to burn them? For
No.
I have heard many...
I make no threats. I make no threats.
I have seen many here standing outside, looming near threshold. I am questioning whether any idea for peace lingers in any heart, or if it is simply a desire to stronghold and strangle out every bit you can. And I looked again towards Svolt, like, because, I just already prepped him up when all this was happening, trying to reinforce those bonds and bring him back to the fold.
Svolt is listening quite carefully, but you can see as he's, he's feeling it, like he does not like what he's hearing.
Now, I mean, I know there's no way I can go, oh yeah, this is a wonderful idea, guys, let's give them everything. They'll just find my head like rolling down the street, playing ogre ball with it. I say, your position, all of you, you will have to certainly revise it. Let us make that very, very clear. But make sure you understand that I would prefer peace, but there are angry dreams as well, and storms at raids that you could not understand. Let us understand, if you can, part yourselves from your pride, and understand whom shadow we all now reside. Perhaps we can move forward in the spirit of harmony. Invest
And
in
whose
peace.
shadow is that, Conrail?
It should not
Yours?
be obvious. Mine. I am merely lips to give voice to truth that lies. It is our Grunshadow and all those so
And
brave.
yet you speak of denying the requests here. You are not acting in just a role of mouthpiece to someone else. You are speaking from a position of presumed authority. This is the very thing we are debating at the moment. You beg the question. None here have asked for dominance,
No, haven't you, though?
but for peace.
Yes.
An agreement between our communities to avoid the kind of genocidal violence that plagues so many of our species, so far around this place that we live.
I have heard what you have said, and I have given you our collective voice. You will find no ogre standing to dissent. Perhaps you should reconsider your ill-formed position of my words, for they are our words. It is merely easier for one of us to speak them than to drown the room out in yells and echoes. The echoes last long. The acoustics are amazing in here. Do not misunderstand, honorable human Kale. I respect you tremendously. However, we cannot lay down and be walked upon. If the
And
lot of
none
you...
have asked you for such a thing.
That is not true. Your initial offer...
Have we asked that you stop the raids that have brought such wealth here? The slaves, the gold, the feasts that have been thrown?
All such things benefit all of us. Why would you even wish to contemplate ending any of those?
I do not.
Nor should you, in my view.
You are speaking as though the ogres must cease their activities, roll over as bureaucrats dictate their actions.
But soon, when those bureaucrats decide to dictate just what you have said, decide to take this hall,
What I am proposing is a council of arbitrators between our communities so that we can solve our differences without resort to butchering one another. So that Argrun's city, so that Argrun's legacy may be remembered for 10,000 cycles and not fade to dust. I do not think you understand. I have seen settlements greater than this run by men. More than the great ogre himself, wiped out by internal strife. I have seen that. I do not wish to see it again.
Good. Then you can help prevent such things, instead of threatening the harbinger of their doom. If it is a council of arbitrators you want, well, that is very different than what you have requested. That I am very eager to hear all about.
Then
you
perhaps I have mangled my words, but that is what I am asking for. No.
You have asked for a council of rule.
Then perhaps I've misspoken, butchered my words. Well, I do understand your tongue. I am not as fluent in it as I would like.
that is fair enough. If I understand clearly what each of you wants, perhaps I may be able to, upon the spirit of Argrun, find it granted you. If you simply wish to rule and create a ruling council, well, we shall have to discuss terms very carefully.
I agree. Such discussions, I believe, though, should be left to a better time. As long as everyone here can manage to keep their own communities in harmony till such a time as we can work out the details of such a council of arbitrators.
Yes, we should be able to keep peace, and we should take this time to honor Argrun's name and see him interned.
Yes.
I suppose it does not hurt to wait a bit longer to ensure we have a sound foundation for whatever sort of council this will be. This is Adlana speaking. And she turns her head over to Svold, who is still just gazing, especially at Cade, with daggers in his eyes and water in his mouth. I am very eager to hear what we will come up with. Seems we have very different interpretations of what a council is.
This is Atlanta, yeah?
Yeah. Who they counsel. I'm surprised, though, she says, that I haven't heard the voice of our honorable Erisud. Does he not represent this community anymore? And she turns her face directly to the old Ferrum. And you can
I'm
see
looking at direction too now.
all of you, since I haven't made it actually clear, he looks so frail. Like the last time you've seen it, he was old, but he was, still on Ferrum of iron. But now, it's like life is just leaking out of him. Like a skeleton, he sits in this improvised wheelchair. He's listening, he nods his head from time to time. But his voice, as he now speaks, is very frail, brickle. Like
yes, please speak.
threatened to escape. I can show this you of all, and he has a hard time grasping words. My community will maintain the peace. We are not interested in bloodshed. I have seen enough bloodshed between my people and yours, Cade. There's animosity enough. We don't need to shed blood in the streets.
I agree. Let us not make the same mistakes that were made in Bale. Let us make something new, something better than Bale.
Better than Bale. Ponders for a moment. However, I will insist that whatever we agree upon in the future, the Ferrum will have their place. You can make sure of that.
The Ferrum are most welcome here. I can assure you of that in the moment.
Yes. We build your houses. We help you erect the temples, build the ships, forge your weapons. We will not be overstepped again. You have to excuse me, I am bit. The cycle's catching up with me at last. Thank you, wise Atlana, for noticing. I am very grateful for your concern. And she smiles, as she usually does. But it's hard to decide whether she wants to kill the man or wish him well.
That's hot.
Well, she said. What though? I'm curious, Karel. What happened to the great display of treasure we saw last night?
Shall we save the picking over of bones?
This is the Farum?
No, this is Atlana. I'm just curious. I would have loved to see. I have seen the most beautiful treasures, sculptures among. I would have loved to seen them once again.
May we leave the picking of the bones until the man has at least been interned, until he has at least had his funeral.
I want none of the treasure. I'm only interested in beauty.
Well, it is my appreciation, Atlana, that your beauty graces these halls again. We are very appreciative of our Styrian brethren and what role you will play in tomorrow. Very enthusiastic about the contributions you can make and how we may help you, as well as all of you. And I wish you to understand that, and not to take a negative away. I am myself and those other ogre here very eager to work with you in each of your communities, Siren, Human, Farum, Freyne, who are wholly absent today, Typhon, and any others who wish to come in the future. And I look at our orcish friend, smiling at him.
Smiling at whom?
Smiling at our orcish friend.
Oh, at the orcish friend, yeah.
Hato.
I'm silent. I just keep watching, listening.
Would you, Atlana again? She looks at Mohato. This creature of the sea. Would you lend it? And she sort of reaches out with her hand. I'd like to have a look. A closer one.
I push it towards her.
She picks it up just with her two fingers, touching it as little as possible, holding it up. This, and she just lets it drop with a on the table. You're right. This is no snake. This is an eel. A bottom feeder of the depth. They live in the slick, very at the bottom of the sea, feeding on insects and leftovers and the cadavers that fall deep into the darkness. Such wonderful creatures. And then she kind of pushes it away from her as far as possible. And it smells horrendous.
Just sit there quietly. Now and then my beady eyes sort of turn towards Thalango's Aristocrat. The old silver-haired firm. My beady eyes turn at him. I look. I see the skeletal features on him. Memories of that other babbling firm, speaking of that thing that hounded him, that almost seemed to watch him. That skull. Keep it to myself, but keep looking at that. Look at the others. Or quietly.
I believe Erisuit finally breaks the silence. We will come no closer today. Let us go back to our people and ensure the peace as we promised. Will we meet again tomorrow?
Very well. Tomorrow. Please consider the words I have expressed on behalf of the ogres. Perhaps compromise on your part can gain you what it is you express that you wish.
Very well, Adlana says, and she stands up, pulling her crimson cloak tighter around her shoulder. I will consider what has been said here and ponder upon it. Tomorrow, I hope we will have more concrete answers to our problems. I do thank you for your hospitality. My thanks to the ogres. And again, my condolences to the death of our king. Long live his name. And she gives a slight
I
bow.
nod my head.
May he be safe with opiate.
Gratitude for your kind words.
And with that, she turns and she leaves. And every step is so carefully planted. There's not an inch of a body that doesn't do exactly what she wants. Yes,
My eyes
absolute
are planted firmly upon her.
utter control over every movement she does. And she walks to the door, pushes it open, and slits out, and everything that is left of her is the smell of salt and the sea, and this image of this bright blue skin on a crimson cloak.
And as we all start to dismiss ourselves, getting up and dispersing, I go over to Karel. I sort of hobble over my hunched back. I go up to him and I gesture for you to get closer.
And
As if I want to whisper something.
I scan the room, making sure no ears are too close to hear whatever he wishes to whisper. And I make my ear available to you. Bowing down. Yes.
I hear the words that they speak, and you speak with wisdom. I see, this is good. What I have heard, I have felt other things. Beyond that which was flesh. An ill omen of waves washing over this place, drowning.
Yes. I've heard the dream.
And I look up at you. This I have felt. They speak of peace. They do not know peace. True peace is only deserved in time.
I nod my head. Yes, your people are most honorable. If only I had dozens more like you. Perhaps. Each of them, they covet, and I have dreamt as well, and they covet everything, even the booty brought back here by my father image, to have everything, to take his crown and crush it and hold it into themselves.
Hmm. I do not wish to sow dissent between you and they.
No,
I only wish that when the time comes, that I am not alone.
you will not be. You are welcome here, this all, until they pry it away. Remain in ogre hands, and though you are without your people, in my eyes, you are happy well to be with us. We appreciate you. What you have done, what you have brought, you are splendid. As you say, they speak the word peace, but underlying each of their words is war, violence. Give me this, give me that position, give me silver, gold, and gems. Let us have everything ogre hands have brought. Let us show no respect to our groom, and take all, prying even his shadow from its corpse. Which is what I hear. And I'm not saying this in anyone else's ears.
Mhm.
Well,
And I'm just nodding, listening.
I do not think they understand. There will be very great violence if they attempt to take all such things away. Even figureheads are of tremendous value in appeasing. Oh gosh, we have nothing this world over. We do not have lands rich and mighty like your people. We have squalid villages and slavery from the center of the world to here. In this one place, finally, a powerful ogre stood up as no more. It shall be ours. And they come and pry that from his hands before they have even been turned. It is sickening.
This I will be here for that. But
Mm.
I
I'm
must.
looking at you. You said I'll be here for that. I go, huh?
This I will be here to aid you in that. The ogre people, I have learned from different ogres, many. I still do not know how you honor such esteemed dead, but for my own people, I have much knowledge in. Perhaps, if your permission is willing, I may aid.
Very interesting. What are the rights of your people concerning death? I am no clergyman to whom I deal very much with the living, with the ultra living. Still, he was a follower,
Mm,
a mere saintly man.
my
For the
people honor
traditions.
our dead,
How
and I
so?
wish only to aid you in your honoring of yours.
What do you do for the honoring of your great dead? How is it done?
I look up at you, my brown beady eyes.
I look back down, my purplish starry eyes. Uh,
It is known by my people, the 55th day, the day before his fall. That is the day that we speak with our honored dead.
What do you mean, speak with them?
We give them respect. We give them voice. And they speak to us.
What do you do with the bodies? Do you burn them, bury them, set them to sea?
Mm, Many matriarchs do different, but what is the same, those that are honored, their skulls are kept, and other
Oh,
bones.
the
Mm,
skulls are kept.
A reminder. of who they were and who they will continue to be.
A reminder. It's very interesting.
But I see that you have much planning still, as do many of the others.
A different sort of planning, no doubt. Thieves in the night.
I will. And then, like, I turn to start going, then I stop and I turn back to you. I will continue to let you know of the occurrences by the forest, the trees, and the pursuit. Yes.
I sent men there to knock some more of the trees down, to push your borders further, to push them further back. Some days ago, no doubt you have seen them and heard the whacking of their axes on that old wood.
I had spoken to them perhaps too harshly. I do not know if they have brought word to you. I was unaware when they approached. I suggest they only take a dead wood, fallen tree. They do not do this. They do not know that my people have better connection to soil, to tree.
Oh, my
I cannot spend time to show them which to take and which to not. I could only simply say, take the ones that have fallen, the dead ones.
I thought it a way to, what should I say, prevent their encroachment upon you. Pushing their forest back moves your house further away, moves your fields further away. I apologize if I have wronged you in some way, inadvertently.
I understand your feelings to aid, but
Provide you some degree of protection.
Perhaps in time I will ask for ogre aid for protection in my lands.
Certainly. Certainly.
But not.
Let me know whatever I may do to aid you.
I nod and I start moving to the door.
Alright, so I'm still standing there. I pulled him off the side. I'm just standing there towards the back of the open area of the hall.
While the commotions, Atlana left, and the ogres start to get into motion themselves, whispering, talking, some louder than others. Erasud the Elder winks over Thorugh. Let us leave this place. I feel very tired.
Yes, you certainly do deserve the rest. This was a bit of an ordeal here, but it seems we've gone a long way in carving out a place for the firm.
Oh, well, we are not where we can be, but we definitely made progress. This human, he made sense, though I do not know his motives yet. Be careful, watchful. I don't trust him.
I don't know. His intentions seemed honest. But
Yes, they are crafty race. They are very good in hiding the devious plans. Trust me, I've seen it. I have seen it.
very well.
You must be wary. Promise me. And he reaches back to touch you by your arm. Promise me you have an eye on him.
Yes.
Good.
And it's less him we have to worry about, and we have to worry about ourselves, and more importantly, we have to look around, and we have to make sure we acquire these quarries before anyone else thinks to search for them.
Yes, that is true. Best today. Many young, hot-headed around, maybe wishing to exchange blows with the humans. Let's put them to good use.
Yes,
Give them
that's
something to cool their
something to
blood.
hit. I can arrange for them to have weapons. I should have enough to arm a half dozen or so.
More would be better.
Well, we'll also find who already has art weapons and arms.
A good dozen and a half, I'd say. Venture north. Kill those Stuckasit. Or make them leave. Whatever's necessary.
Uh,
The Fae's life don't really matter anymore.
no, of course not. I'll find directions from Yoloth, and I can lead the 18 of us, whoever we choose to send up there.
Yes, secured would strengthen our position. We have to be wary. Think the ogres will not let us get away. They still have numbers and strength, and that big brother I could hear him breathe in the back of me. Careful. Many swords and hammers that wait for us.
Yes, we'll be very careful, and once we have these quarries and start mining it, we'll have more than enough weapons that we could deal blows if it comes to that.
Yes, and it will be us. And there's a grin on his face. It will be us who decides where and how fast the settlement grows. For we will control the stone. And with that, he dozes off as he roughly drive him back to his neat home. And the last one to be in the hall is Cade. Oh, maybe not entirely the last one. There's still a Typhon waiting at the very end of the long table.
I'm still sitting,
Oh, okay.
contemplating things, as Kate does.
I'm still standing in there. Just kind of
yes.
looking at you, probably from, I don't know, 20 feet away, 15 feet away, however far away you were. Looking at him and the Typhon, watching everyone as they're there. If anyone tries to approach me, I make myself available. And I guess the number should be there.
My gaze, I simply look over to the Typhon. Not moving my head, and I'm not making any secret that I'm looking at him, but my eyes just kind of flick to him to try and get a read on what his thoughts are.
Oh, if you ever try to read the emotion on a reptile, that is quite the feat.
Yep. Let me check my stats here real quick, see if I have anything. What order of creature are the Typhon, by the way?
Dracoid.
Dracoid. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I wanna make an insight roll, see if I can get a read on him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, so that's gonna be presence 6 plus. Where's my dice? Here it is. Fuck. All right. That's rolled plus 6, so I got a total of 8.
That Typhon
Inscrutable.
must yeah, he must be very good in poker, because his face is of stone. He looks back at you though, gazing, looking back to Karel, till he finally moves, stretches himself for a moment, and without a word, without making too much noise or drawing attention to him at all, he just slithers away.
I watch him until he leaves.
And he's
And
gone.
then my gaze flicks over to Karael. And is it just me and Karael in the hall now?
Are the other ogres still in here, I think?
There are still other ogres, but they're concerned with themselves. They are all talking with Svold, having some sort of debate in the very end of the hall, very back of it.
I'm looking right at you.
Okay, so I'm going to leave my sword on the table. I'm not even picking it up or anything.
Okay.
And I take my mug of water, drink a bit of it, stand and walk over to you. And I say, I want you to know that I'm only challenging you on these issues because I respect you. And because I respect your people. I've worked with them before.
If you've worked with ogres, and I turn and look at the other ones, you will know that you have proposed is not going to be taken by them. It is not even a position I could ask them to accept. You know that. But you have thrown out an opening bid. I respect your play, and I respect you, honored Elder Kale. I would definitely desire your counsel in matters personal, and to whomever and however the city is run. Your mind and voice and visage would well serve it in many ways. And I wish to deprive you or your people of no thing at all. However, you must see, I look back at them, they cannot be pushed so far.
I understand. I understand that. And you know, as you've already stated, this is nothing but an opening bid.
I understand.
Negotiations are to happen. I don't expect that kind of control. And I look you like just dead in the eyes, and I want you to know that control is not something I desire. And I look over to the crown, and I go, that is not a fate that I desire for my own. I do think that Argonog can be a great city. I just do not wish it to be built upon the bones of myself and my people.
Yes. Well, as it stands, it is not ogres your people need worry about. And I have had great worry myself before the king died, of your people and Farum hacking each other to bits in streets. That is my concern.
I also need to divulge something to you.
Please do.
Before I came here, I was approached by Slachta.
A typhon.
Yes.
Yes.
He wishes a seat at the table.
Typhon.
And whatever that form that table takes, I'm not sure it would be wise to deny it to him.
Why would you wish to put a typhon at a table?
Believe me, if I thought there were any other option, I wouldn't. But you have heard the rumors that he may be a powerful sorcerer. He has many slaves, and I believe he has many allies and contacts. I would not wish those to be brought to bear against us in a manner in which we cannot keep an eye upon him. Sometimes it is better to have an enemy close to you.
And I definitely read your eyes on the words.
And I'm like not lying at all. So if you're doing any sort, I'm not. I'm being like.
No, I'm looking more for any sorts of veiled threats.
No, nothing there. I mean, I'm
That's
still
what I'm
like, I'm still his demeanor. It's like he's still cut from stone, but there's no animosity here.
I don't seem to have animosity towards you. I seem to actually be far more relaxed now than I was speaking, at least. You know, perhaps having overplayed while speaking, as you hear many ogres growling and very unhappy in the background. There are two things you said that I focused on and found most interesting. They were numbers 5
and 7. And I look down at the crown, and you see 4 small holes for like gems, and one really large one in the center. And I think in there you will find your answer to the peace you purport to seek.
You'll have to forgive me. My knowledge of theology is not as advanced as yours.
Yes,
It's something I may at some point wish to discuss with you.
certainly. I spend much time with the church that is being built. Still, the Farum and their play for these stones, this information they brought here, may well push us all into open war of a completely different kind. Perhaps very important for you to think of. How many humans wish to lay their life down for Farum's stone when the ducats that pour from the forest to avenge their lands being taken from it again?
I cannot correct any injustices done to them from the past.
Now, I am merely speaking of the future, and what risk it might have on your own lives and your trade routes. Something
Yes.
for you to think of. I would not wish to see you impoverished by their greed.
There is something else. I spoke of other eyes being upon this town. It isn't just Firstport and other city-states we must be wary of. As much as I may regret it, I've made a great many enemies in the past who would like to see me fail. I believe they are watching me and my operations here, and they might attempt to sabotage the success of this state.
Do you believe your life in danger? Do you believe an assassin comes for you?
Not an assassin. Far, far worse than that. I do not fear for my life. I don't think I'm going to have my throat cut in the night.
That's good.
I am far more concerned with the relations between the many factions here being spoiled, instigators from the outside. I would be wary of any Kalfar entering this city.
Kalfar.
Yes, I've spent so much time away, I forget they're not known to many. They are an interesting and beautiful species. They are very cunning, silver-tongued, and will stop at nothing to repay an insult. They may come here. If they do, I would not be friendly to them.
Well, I shall keep that in mind. What of Atlanta? Who do you know of her?
Very little. I'd never laid eyes upon her until today.
Let's see. If you find anything else, please, would be interested in acquiring that information.
Yes. And before I take too much of your time before the funeral, I'd like to ask at some point to come and see this temple to Opiate that you are constructing. I have done quite a bit of stonework in the past, and I've overseen the restoration of certain temples. Have you ever been to trade?
No. It is but legend in my mind.
There is a temple there to every divinity that sits on a throne.
This is true. I have heard it. I thought it but the tale of sailors.
No, it is the truth, and it is quite
77 temples.
Yes.
I just try to comprehend that.
In my youth, I was contracted to restore the Temple of Pelgan, a task that I did complete, quite to the satisfaction of those involved. I may wish to aid you in this construction for Opiate. I will make no pretensions. I do not share your religion.
Of course,
But-
yes. I look at you, I'm like, you're fucking human, why would you worship me?
But there is something about the towering construction to any divinity that sparks a fire within me.
Well, to that issue, and for your open words and kindness, I shall divulge another piece of information to you. The operations in the mountains are happening clearly immediately. In the morning before a meeting, I sought to acquire 7 more ferrum to work the stone. I asked here and there and beyond, and all of them turned the offer down, though the greed was apparent rushing to their eyes. I believe they have all, in unison, been recruited. They plan to strip that mine as ruthlessly and quickly as they can for stone and all of the precious things they find there. I know not its contents, or what things may lurk in the dark, haunted passageways there beneath the mountains. But they are moving quickly. Perhaps that should grant you yet one more favor. I do have treasure, as has been noted by many eyes, treasure that is been paid to ogres, and is no longer here and available. But perhaps some of that can pass into your community. As you are knowledgeable of stonework, perhaps you can provide me 7 human masons and jobs that firm were foolish enough to pass up. Jobs that pay coin, jobs that pay trade goods, jobs that will pay in the elegance of the soul and in sweet, sweet dreams.
I graciously accept this offer.
Yes. I nod, realizing, hey, I can get you a job right now is always a good thing for an individual in your position. Well then, if you would like, I was actually headed there directly to make certain preparations. You may cast eyes over the stone, and then you may proceed from there with your
Yes.
workings.
Before the funeral, though, I must speak with my community
You will have
and share
ample time.
peace.
This did not take as long as I had thought, though it has been merely put off a day, really in truth.
Yes, but the air has at least been cleared. The peace will be temporary until the details are sorted completely, but we have avoided any true bloodshed today.
I will tell you this, Honorable Cade, that I believe a plan is forming in my mind that should well seat you personally where you want to be, and make all your remaining cycles easy ones. If you back my play on the morrow at a meeting, things shall go well for you and your humankind here, and there shall be no one who learns the true savagery that you spoke of those red ogres there. They are not as kind a voice as me, and there's a reason I spoke.
And I kind of, I'm looking over at them and remembering the times that I've seen the wrath of ogres less reasonable than you. And I say, you have my word. I will back you tomorrow.
Very good. I would hate for things to become unfortunate. Ferrum aren't edible, you know. I guess we walk out to the streets.
I'm kind of like, yeah, they're not. And with that, I'm gonna start. I'm just gonna kind of motion to any of the humans standing outside there and tell them to gather everyone and meet me outside of Cosmos.
Very well. To everyone's surprise, the people have been rather peaceful outside. There have been bickerings, of course, there have been arguments, but nothing that devolved into fights or bloodshed. Thank whatever divinity you pray to. And once their leaders come out, they disperse. The sirens follow Atlana. The Ferrum follow the advice of Erisut. And the humans, yes, they will do what Cade commanded them. They will disperse and meet at Cosmos. The Hanged Men. Only the orc has no fellow orcs to greet him outside. He will stand alone. Okay,
We getting ready to wrap up?
I was about to say that.
Cool. I think this is a good place to stop.
This is our day without bloodshed, thanks to the diplomacy of the Catalysts. The question, though, is, will they be able to maintain this fragile peace they have established? For now, they are stepping into the positions of real authority, where their actions will be measured in coin and success, or utter destruction. Thank you very much, all of you, for being part of this. But before we close, who wants to offer a soliloquy?
Me. Okay, so my soliloquy is going to be offered in the form of my speech to my fellow humans.
Awesome.
And I'm speaking strictly in Pelganese to all of them. I say, I have only been in this town for a short time. Some of you have heard my name. Many of you know who I am. Some of you may know who my father was. But all of you know who my father's father was. Helgen shaped my father from clay. There is a spark of divinity within each and every one of us. But that spark is close to being snuffed out entirely. I know you can all feel it, the tension in the air. What is to happen now that that figure, that ogre who founded this settlement, is gone? Will the Farum come in the night, break into your house as they did to our compatriot Jonathan, rob you of your possessions, maybe kill you, kill your children? Will the ogres lose their minds and decide to pillage here at home? I am here to tell you that will not happen. Nor will any of you step foot out of this neighborhood tonight. None of you are to drink tonight. None of you are to go picking fights with the Farum, looking for blood, looking for the assassin who may have caused this mess. None of you. If you have weapons in your home, keep them by. But do not, under any circumstances, take them outside. I expect every single one of you to attend this funeral tonight, and to bring a small tribute to be laid before our dead elder. Argonach will remain the name of this settlement. The memory of the man who brought this prosperity to us here, who has brought everyone here to live, to find their fate and their fortune, will be respected. And if it is not, I can assure you, you will not have to worry about the ogres. You will have to worry about me. Make it through these few trying chains, and the peace will be stable. Do not do anything to upset this. We will work together, and our people will thrive in concert with the other peoples here. We will not make the same mistakes as Baal. We will take a page from Sea King Ava, not so many leagues from here in Firstport. Work and be successful. Keep the peace, and be successful. And Pelgan, or whichever divinity that you worship, will smile upon you. If you do not, though, you risk snuffing out for all eternity the chance that this settlement has of becoming one of the greatest cities in Kavega. I want you to look around you. Do you like your lot in life? Are you satisfied with the poverty that surrounds you? Is this what you moved to this place, what you left your lives in other places in Ipifnul and Katik, to come here? Is this what you want right now? No. You must step forth and build more. And we begin that work tomorrow. And in Janton, I look out over the crowd and I say, do you understand? And I'm now just like searching the crowd for anybody who might understand what I just said.
Oh, they hang to your lips. They don't know really what this means yet.
Did
You see heads
Okay.
nodding, though.
Okay. And eyes kind of dart back and forth over the crowd. He says, I will see you all at the funeral. No exceptions. And that's it.
An eel. That is what the blue-skinned thief calls it. Of course, it has a name, of course. I see her smile, the way she infects the others. She's ruining my possibilities of protection here. So far away from Iqualun, so far away from Huamek, from Yolamixtli, from Zuhua. Know that in my mind your names are not forgotten, my brothers, my sisters, my mother, my master, Linnock, above all. Like the song of seeds spread across the breath of Igvale, I have traveled far. This I do in your name, Linnock. You know this. I will continue to do this, even if it means I am alone, surrounded by these strange human name that speaks the tongue of the other peoples who do not know what this thing is. They are strange, speaking of power, of distribution, of order. Those are dangerous words coming from such a new thing. They do not know peace. The siren takes, tricks. The ogres are easy to take from. The blue one, not so much. The blue one is the root. I must nurture that root. I will grow alongside this town of theirs. Will give the gift of my people to them. They will be grateful. It is practice gift. I will practice my own gifts in holy, sacred practices. Linnock, know that the forest here that I have set near your sapling, your voice, there is not a day, not an hour, nor a second that it does not stay in my mind. Stained in it, I will remember you. I will sing of you. I will plant on your holy day your children. And in time, you will grow.
Yeah, you see Thalun goes return to his home briefly to look over his weapons. Yes, yes, these will all do. And then he goes to a more secluded corner of his home and retrieves a small statue made in the likeness of Argun. Yeah, looks at the thing. Oh, Argun. So sad to see you go, but and yet it felt so unkind to vie for power the day after your death rather than simply mourn you. But we will be able to return you in only a few hours. I hope you understand that I meant no dishonor to your name, that I wasn't looking to take power from you, or certainly wasn't even necessarily interested in the treasures you had. I hope that you will understand. So of course, you would have been aware of how vulnerable the Farum are. And with luck, these quarries will provide us everything we need to no longer be vulnerable. Carve out our own power, to be more independent, to be more of the Farum of old. Now, we'll seek out these quarries as soon as our funeral is done, and mine through Tahul's blood, and make these weapons and see to it that every Farum is armed. And in time, this town will depend on Farum defense as much as ogre defense.
I look down at the crown. 5 and 7 is what the human said. He is frail and old, and with a slight grasp I could take him from this mortal coil. But it is what he represents, the strength of mind, stronger than steel. Respect him. He jousts not with that sword he carries about for seemingly no reason, but with his eyes, his tongue, and his mind. He may well be smarter than I am. He may well be wiser. But we shall see. If he is fearless, we shall see. If he is honest, we shall see. If he backs my play, as he says, or if he attempts to subvert me, we shall see. If his body floats face down in the harbor, perhaps we shall see what he tastes like. It has been too long since I have dined on human. They certainly don't taste as great as other species, but their screams, the acoustics they fill the hall with, oh, sublime, oh, opium, the dreams of blood in my mind. I will not allow our groom to be let down. We shall see who comes to sit at the table with 5 points that spins and screams with the number 7. 5 and 7. Yes, it fell from the human's lips. Prophetic words. He is wise. Perhaps a gateway oracle of some kind or fashion. I respect him. But there's so much to be done. I must squash any attempt these Farum have to usurp the city. I think they may well be the wave that will come crashing down, a wave of stone that seeks to set fury the Fae of the Wood, the they that harbor anger I feel even ebbing against my own dreams. I do not want to experience what their assassins, what their dreamers may come to do. They have buried themselves deep into the wood. But when they come, kicking and whistling this way in the wake of our king's death, when their large rabbit ears are filled with that prophecy, what vengeance will they seek to take? What will happen when the Farum unleash whatever horror is inside that rich mine they covet, so covetous that they seek to set all of theirs upon it, that I could not even hire one hand to haul stone for me? But we shall see how humans do, and they shall work side by side with the other Farum there, so neither have grasp of strength upon temple to fey kind. Hands of iron, hands of clay, shall make edifice to dream, shrine to fairy kind, of dazzling, sparkling myriad colours, of ephemeral and fantastic woven, for that is the true depth of reality, and I shall see this city for all that I have put up with, for ignorant, imbecilic king. I shall not be suffered not to have my prize in your name, my liege of dreams. Yes, they shall play their part, they shall sit at table, they shall have their voice. All I care about is my sweet dream of oblivion. Well, that and the sweet blue flesh of Atlanta. I shall have her. I shall have my sweet dream.
Thank you very much, all of you. And thank you, dear viewer, for enduring with us in the struggle that is through reason or by force. Will this city thrive? Will it survive? And will it ascend into something more than a few huts surrounded by a wall, into a great city-state that rivals the likes of Bale and Trade? Or will it crumble to dust and be forgotten like many others? You will know next time in Chapter 4 of Through Reason or by Force, Within the Ring of Fire. Out now. Get it, play it, join it. See it out right here. 77 Thrones. Book of True Names. Come on, get me the other one. And there we have the Saga book. All you need to get your fix of the true RPG experience. And with that, I wish you good night, everyone. And see you next time. Bye bye.